21 and change has won the race. 21 and change prevails. And they're racing. L's Little Diva broke quickly, and so did Alquani to the inside. Meanwhile, Ain't No Sweetie is the fastest of all at 4.5 to 1 as they link up with the main track. Pascal also in that clump, and we have 4 in a line with 5 furlongs to go, and they are about 7 lengths clear from Competitive Spirit. Pascal now sucks out of it and watches the other 3 run away. Then we come way back to Voodoo Fire, who's far out of it as they head into the far turn. Ain't No Sweetie in the leading man, run away by 3 from L's Little Diva. After that, Alquani, Pascal 8 out of it. Then we come to Competitive Spirit, and Voodoo Fire would need some voodoo to win from there as they approach the top of the stretch. Ain't No Sweetie puts 5 on L's Little Diva. Alquani still in 3rd, Pascal still in 4th, Competitive Spirit still in 5th, and Voodoo Fire still trails, and they head for home. And they're chasing Ain't No Sweetie. Ain't No Sweetie leads it by 5. L's Little Diva next, then it's Alquani to the inside and Pascal, but Ain't No Sweetie is going to turn away this 2 to 5 favorite and win it gate to wire. And they're racing. Kaprizov was off very slowly. Blue Jay Way flies out of the gate with speed. Skinny Bobby with speed. And Cinco Majestic made the start this time and is revving up to the inside. After that, we come back to Angel Shadows. Blinkers on, beginning to advance a smidge. About 3-4 lengths from the lead. Stradivarian and fellow firster Kaprizov far out of it. Coming to the top of the lane, Blue Jay Way spreads the wings and flies away impressively. Blue Jay Way held together very, very tightly with a 1/4 mile to go. Has put a good 6 on Skinny Bobby. After that, Cinco Majestic and Angel Shadows chasing in vain into the final furlong because Blue Jay Way has taken that 5-length lead and made it 7. And Blue Jay Way is gone. Very impressive victory. Skinny Bobby 2nd, Angel Shadows 3rd. And they're racing. Angel of Attack wins the start, looks for the lead with Causeway Surprise showing speed. Outside of that, BL's Concerto at 15 to 1 with Harry in search of that lead, and BL's Concerto gets the lead and is attempting to get down to the inside, but 1 and 3 speed up and make it a line of 3. Right behind them is Sweet Analyzer, 4 lengths from the front, overtaken by Total Surprise. Then it's 3.5 lengths to Who Does It Better, who who just put Found Jordan in last, but it's a close last. Just 6 from front to back. Up the barn side they go on the Canterbury Park turf course. And 1 and 3 travel in perfect harmony. Causeway Surprise to the inside of Angel of Attack. And Sweet Analyzers attempting to make it a line of 3. Total Surprise is coming under a ride to the inside of BL's Concerto. Who does it better is in sneak attack mode to the inside at 20 to 1. And Found Jordan is swinging into action quickly. Found Jordan from last, now just 3 lengths from the lead. And round about the quarter pole, Angel of Attack finds the front. Causeway Surprise inside. Sweet Analyzer outside. Found Jordan even wider out. Also Total Surprise in that club. Angel of Attack fending challenges. Total Surprise the stablemate to the inside. Found Jordan is surging to the outside. Angel of Attack, Total Surprise, but Found Jordan and Angel of Attack. Angel of Attack, yes! Holy cow, was that game! And they're racing. Number 2, Diva Tequila, pinch back to last shortly after the start. Where's Frankie? Where's Frankie is on the lead. And to the inside of Peppermint Sister. Inside of that is Lyrical, about 3 lengths from a crackling early pace. Working 9 to 5 is doing just that, but advancing to the outside. And that one is about 5 lengths from the lead to the outside of Flash Flood. A recovering Diva Tequila, 8 lengths rearmost. Into the far turn they go, and it's Where's Frankie threatening to run away. Where's Frankie more than one. Peppermint Sister. Outside of that, working 9 to 5. Lyrical is sequestered but advancing. After that, Flash Flood. Then we come to Diva Tequila, still 8 from front to back. And now they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch, chasing Frankie. It's Where's Frankie, working 9 to 5 at 7 to 1 is a menacing presence. Inside, Diva Tequila is finishing very quickly after the bad start. Where's Frankie, working 9 to 5. It's a humdinger. It's a spine tingler. And working 9 to 5. Worked hard enough to win. And they're racing. Number 3, Roundabout, stumbled very, very badly shortly after the start. That's Roundabout way back in last. Spoiled Brat from the 1 spot flies out of the gate with keen early speed, but now is joined by Ghost of Genevieve. Chocolate Freckles also up and at him, about 3 lengths clear from Picaflor, getting a wonderful trip if good enough. 2.5, 3 behind that, Sense of Flurry. Then we come way, way back to Roundabout, and Balimos is a joint last and about 15 from the front. And up top, we have a 3-pronged pace battle. They have 3 furlongs to go. Ghost of Genevieve takes a narrow lead. Spoiled Brat tries to fight on the inside. Chocolate Freckles has melted. 3.5 clear from Picaflor. Then we come to Sense of Flurry running on a smidge, 8 out of it. After that, Roundabout and Balimos, and they cut through the Shakopee rain, and they're chasing Ghost of Genevieve. Ghost of Genevieve splashes along with a 5-length lead. Outside is Spoiled Brat. Even farther out, Balimos finishing very quickly from the back of the pack. Ghost of Genevieve, take a look at Balimos trying to get the Ghost, and between runners, Sense of Flurry. Ghost of Genevieve, Sense of Flurry in time. racing. After all that, Ann Ali pops out of the gate speedily. Runaway A-Train trying to win 3 in a row. Joe Mama Sassy's next to the inside. Then it's Sunshine Fever. And on the wide side, Harlow's Harmonies passing them all. Harlow's Harmonies on the engine in search of the lead. Then it's way back to Stylin' and Profilin'. That one is second last and clear from Diamond Missy. 10 from front to back, and they approach the top of the stretch. Ann Ali to the inside of Harlow's Harmony, and they're separated by heads, and they've gone 5 clear from Joe Mama Sassy. Runaway A-Train's winning streak is in jeopardy, and Annalie's a very talented filly, and Annalie in her turf debut is able to skirt away by 3. Ann Ali from Harlow's Harmony, and Ann Ali is going to win. Put a Q around the 7th. And itty-goo. And there goes Big League Benny with Big League Speed. The bookender, Hightail Cowboys, hightailing it outside of him. Hightail Cowboy takes the lead, and Dylan Rocks tracks sweetly 3 lengths from the front. 5 behind them to New Dice, and Oh Dog. Into the far turn they go, and we have 3 astern. Between runners, Hightail Cowboy being pushed on to go faster. Big League Benny's to the inside, about to be a length out of it, and Dylan Rocks is rocking on the outside and doing so at 3.5 to 1. New Dice is running on. New Dice 7 lengths from the front, and Oh Dog is running on from 9 out of it. And here they come down the Canterbury Park stretch. Hightail Cowboy hightails it away from Benny. Big League Benny to the outside of Dylan Rocks, who wasted a good trip. And then we come back to New Dice and Oh Dog. Big League Benny, Hightail Cowboy. We finish with a spine tingler that goes the way of Big League Benny. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of the Star-Spangled Banner. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park for the 8 We have a fast main track and a turf course listed as firm. We do have some scratches beginning in race 1, and here they are. In the first, scratch numbers 2 and 5, Jackson Action and Dominus Tecum have been scratched. Likewise for Show, Trifecta, and Superfecta wagering. Now race 2 begins our $1 all-turf pick 3, and there are no scratches to begin that. So we zing ahead to race number 5. Scratch number 3, Go Yoshka. That's in the 5th race, beginning the 50-cent pick 5. Scratch number 3, Go Yoshka. Race number 6 on the turf, the rails at 30. Scratch numbers 4, 7, and 8. Northern Charmer, Roll, Gypsy Roll, and Tatum's Journey out of race 6. The 7th race begins an all-quarter horse pick 3, culminated by a $98,000 life changer. Race number 7, the Northlands Juvenile, scratch number 4, Dominion Reigns. Race 7, scratch number 4 and 11, Dominion Reigns, and favorite Teller Merle. Races 8 and 9 are clean. Welcome to Canterbury Park. We start 25 minutes from now.
Well, happy Wednesday, everybody. I'm Jeff Madej. I'm joined by Angela Herman. We're in the First Bet studio, and it's race night here at Canterbury Park. And it's not just any race night. It is one of the biggest, most exciting race nights of the entire season because the richest quarter horse race of the year is being run tonight, the Northlands Futurity.
Right, and it'll close out a card that's loaded with quarter horses along the way. There's a couple of stakes races leading up to that, and we get the 3-year-olds first, then the best 2-year-olds come on around for the Northlands Futurity. Wow, he actually meant that when he said he was going to go do that. But the thoroughbreds that kick things off have some 10% takeout wagers, some turf pick 3 to go along with them, but the quarter horses are the stars of the evening. They will close out the night. And we have some selections for getting into it, but for now we look at the trainer and jockey standings.
No surprise there, right?
No surprise there at all. You see Edwin Escobedo and Jason Olmstead, the Connections You See team up a lot. They're going to have some of the more fancied runners later in the card. Lots and lots of runners for Jason Olmstead in all three of them, but I think he could get upset in at least one of them. But you're over-under with Jason Olmstead on tonight.
Well, there's 3 quarter-horse races, and he's got 4 in one, 8 in another, and 6 in the third, so he should win at least one. I'm going to say the over-under is 1.5.
Okay. All right, so it's 1.5 on him. Lots of shots in there, but they do lead the way as they have for a good amount of recent history. And we switch things over to the thoroughbred side of things. There's the jockey standings up top. Harry Hernandez 4 ahead of Lindy Wade. That didn't change too much, just by 1 recently, but Lindy Wade is securely in second ahead of Eduardo Gallardo. This has been very interesting towards here. A lot of jockeys right here in this 28 to 30 range, and they've been sticking together through a lot of the meet, but Alonzo Quinones had a heck of a maiden Minnesota night.
Now, I think Harry Hernandez and Lindy Wade are kind of hip-hopping back and forth, right, between Remington Park and Canterbury Park. So I think someone mentioned to me Harry might even be riding at Remington this weekend and not here, possibly. I'm not sure. But they're bouncing around because that meet starts.
Right.
So Lindy Wade's, he's a frequent flyer now. He's either driving or flying every week back to Oklahoma and then to work horses, get on horses so he can get his business. And that's the nature of what jockeys do.
Right.
And when you have overlapping meets, if you can ride at both, I guess you do, because you don't want to leave here with no place to go.
Right. And to prepare themselves for that next meet and go down there, don't spend quite as much time yet, but at least get your feet wet and start getting back there and seeing some of what's going to be at the upcoming meet at Remington Park. No surprise there, but we switch things over now to the trainer side of things. Joel Burnt has quite the lead on Mac Robertson and Jose Silva. That's the vacuum that just made its way back over here. But Joel Burnt has some more shots to extend that lead this week. I think he might have a big night tonight, too.
Well, not with the quarter horses, of course.
No, not with the quarter horses.
But a crucial leg, race 6, where he's got that maiden in a turf race. It's part of the late pick 5 and part of the late pick 4.
Yeah.
It's going to be a single for some people. I'm interested to see what you and Kevin are doping out for the folks.
You'll have to wait and see, but I think we're definitely both fans of her. We'll tell you why in a little bit.
Let's see. Now we've got a contest here. The $40 contest tonight. There's 6 thoroughbred races. This is a chance to use what you know. Use your handicapping. $20 entry fee, $20 live bankroll. You make 5 $2 win place wagers on the selections of your choice. And if you happen to do well, you win a $300 entry to the September 9th contest. So it's well worth playing. The locals have done really well. We've had a number of locals play. There's usually enough entries, and there's 0 takeout, by the way. That $20 entry fee is all returned to the winners in either cash or in entry fee prizes. And the locals have done really well as well. So you go to your Express Bet app, and you should have it on your phone. You enter right there. You play right there. You have all sorts of fun. And if things go right, weeks down the line, you could win a Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge entry. Just like that.
Just like that. And right now, we're trying to get to the play of the day that comes up a little bit later in the card, the 3rd race to be exact. And Lolo's Laughter is the play of the day tonight. Both Paul and I fancy Lolo's Laughter tonight, trying to rebound off a performance where he didn't get to use his best asset, which is his early speed. And Lolo's Laughter, I think, would be able to use that tonight, given a better post position and perhaps a better break tonight. He'll be a decent price, we hope, in race number 3. That's the 5, Lolo's Laughter, the play of the day.
Lolo's Laughter is no joke, Ange.
God.
Really,
you were sitting over there waiting all this time with that?
Well, I saw the mouse. The mouse made me think of that there. Lolo's
Laughter is no joke.
Get it? Oh.
Get it?
Hey. Yeah, now we're there. Here we are. We're everywhere.
All right.
This is good. That's the play of the day. Play of the day, always a very important piece of your pari-mutuel puzzle, because we're here to make some money, and Ange's play of the day has been extremely lucrative.
I hope it will be tonight. Lolo's Laughter, I don't think it'll be 12-1, but probably will provide a little bit more value just given that last race and the trip that he probably would like to forget all about. No joke in race number 3. Now, before that, we are going to start a Wednesday wager that we have on the turf. We have an all-turf pick 3 that does start in race number 2 tonight, and I opted to go a little bit deeper in the middle leg of that. That is a marathon. We don't often see that around here, and it's a very short run to the first turn. So not being able to single there with a horse on the inside that had some speed, I did go 3 deep. But we're going to take a couple of shots against 6th Street in race number 2. I thought she would take a lot of money. She has in her first 2 starts up here. So I'm hoping that these two, that being Chaparita and Thorn Crown, get let go on the board, use a few in that marathon, and hope that the board reflects how wide open that race truly is, just considering we don't do that very much. And yes, hone in on It's Me, making the drop-in class of a disastrous journey. If she gets some sort of clean run through, the price will be dinky, but that's how you can use her. In an all-turf pick 3, get some prices ahead of time. That's only a $6 ticket, and it's a 14% takeout. Hard to beat.
Yeah, $1 minimum bet, so you're going to eliminate some of those tiny tickets, or those people just throwing horses in because it's much more expensive to do it that way. That means the payout's bigger, the takeout's low, money in your pocket. You can single that horse there. You can single that horse in your pick 4s and your pick 5s, and you can cash some tickets.
Precisely.
And that we talk about that pick 5. It's the last 5 races tonight, so it includes races 5 and 6, which are thoroughbred. And you can single that horse of Ange's in there, and maybe just use her turf horses in there. And then you roll into the quarter horses, but it's a 10% takeout, and that means you get more money back if you happen to be right. And there's no takeout lower than what we have in our late pick 5 or in our early post-time pick 4. On to the quarter horse races themselves,
Let's
Angela.
do it. Yeah.
Race number 7, the Northlands Juvenile. This is for the horses that ran in the trials a couple weeks ago for the Northlands and didn't qualify. So now they get to run in this juvenile. It's like a consolation round for a $15,000 purse. But this is where you start to look for those horses that maybe had some troubled trips.
Yes, absolutely. And that is going to be the focus of the power play and the angle tonight in the Northlands Juvenile. I know. Well, the morning line favorite did scratch out of this, that being Dominion Reigns. And the also eligible on the outside, Sassafras T, do get into this race. And I liked Silver Dakota Moon with the hope that she goes back to some of the starts at Remington Park as opposed to the start here that was just a disaster for her, going down to her knees, getting cut off. Silver Dakota Moon has more than she did show in that trial for the Northlands. And really going into it, you would have thought she would have been one of the finalists just on the resume that she brought into that race. But I like the way that, or like where she drew. Just a clean getaway is all I ask, and she just gets to do the rest. I think that she is one of the main contenders in the 7th.
Yeah, potential single there. The barn was high on her last time. I think they should be again this time. I know that I am. Silver Dakota Moon in that juvenile. And we move on to the $60,000 Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby, 400 yards. None of the horses in this race have been successful at 400 yards. In fact, some have never even tried the distance. That could be what makes the difference in this race, Ange.
Right, and this is the best part about talking to you and picking your brain on who in here can handle 400 yards, because even more so than any of the distances that they'll run, this can be a separator. Just a horse that's really good at every distance up to 350 may not love 400. That was my thought process with it. I like a long shot a bit in here. I think that you might have agreed with me that this may be a place to take a shot against Beep Beep Rev Rev, not on her ability and how well she rebounded last time at Prairie, but just the distance.
Exactly, the distance and the post position. Now, I'm a Beep Beep Rev Rev fan and an apologist for sure.
Yeah.
But
we all got her.
I mean, she's rock solid. She ran extremely well last time out of Prairie Meadows, but that inside post is not great. Now, there's 11 horses in here. You rarely see an 11-horse quarter horse race, but there were no trials, so the 11 nominated horses all get in. That means that the gate's going to be snug up against the rail, I think, and the inside just hasn't been good.
Right.
Not pointing any fingers, but stats are what they are, and the inside is not the place to be. So if she's going to get beat, and I don't want her to, but if she's going to get beat, it would be tonight. And Alada Olala, who was last year's quarter horse champion, right next door.
Yes, and she too rebounded very nicely from a couple of races at Remington Park that saw her a little further behind than she normally would be, really blow a field away. And that might be the perfect prep to get her ready for another 400-yard try, because her first 2 were both on a muddy track too. So if you think that she didn't like the off surface and you want to give her another go on a surface you know that she likes, she might be a better price than she has been in a long, long time, especially at Canterbury.
Well, we're both old school in here. I've got an Ed Ross Hardy horse. You've got an Ed Ross Hardy horse.
But they're not the same.
No, they're not the same, and they're both double-digit odds, so look out there.
Yeah, you can guess which one is which, but I suppose we'll keep you in the dark for now.
The 9th race, the richest quarter horse race of the meet, $98,600 in the Northlands Futurity pot. This one looks like it goes through Jason Olmstead. I mean, if you just look at the
just by sheer
natural
numbers,
odds, he's got 6 of the 10 horses. He has a good chance to win.
Yeah.
You've got a chance to beat him, though.
I do. I really liked Relentless Bay in that trial, and I really like him for the final. He's definitely the horse to beat. I don't like where he drew, and I thought that Relentlessly Fast, being so close to him and being not that far away in time, I mean, he does need to improve, but the price will be right on a really talented horse that's obviously on the incline. I just am going to try Relentlessly Fast to pull a mild upset. It won't be gangbusters. It won't be boxcars like in the race before, but I just think with these 2-year-olds improving at the rate that they are right now, why not take a shot? If you think that Relentless Bay with that outside draw stands a little tiny disadvantage, and I put him in second, and I took it 8-10.
I've got a long shot in this race. The 9 Some Special Gumbo. Jason Olmstead trains that one as well. Relentless Bay's 2-1 morning line. Probably goes less than that, I think. Some Special Gumbo 12-1 on the morning line. I would love to lock in on that right now. I think that horse has got a lot of talent. I really do think she can run. Her Remington Park races were fast. Yep. She just for whatever reason didn't fire last time out. Yep. Work from the 4-post, which that I'm not using the excuse, but she's in the 9. Relentless Bay is going to break. She's going to break with it. It just depends who runs fastest to the wire, and I'll take 12-1 every time on an Olmstead horse. So that's where I go. That's the richest quarter horse race of the meet. It's going to be a fun night tonight, folks, and it all starts in about 13 minutes with the post-time pick 4.
Yes, it does. 10% takeout post-time pick 4, and the field is in the paddock. Now, remember, we do have a couple of scratches out of here. Jackson Action was an early one. Dominus Techum was a late one, but we still have 4 remaining. We have a sequence to get through, and we have Kevin Gorg just dying to take us through it. Kevin, are you out there?
Ready to roll, guys. Big night of racing, 3 stakes races on the back end, and beautiful, beautiful night here in Shakopee. So whether you're with us here at the racetrack or watching from across the Great Divide, welcome to a big night here at Canterbury. Let's take a look at this field, and with the scratches, the field now down to just 4 horses. This is the 1, Sweet Bodie Meister. Carlo Lopez will take the call, debuting here in this maiden race. The first start, and the bloodlines are clearly rock solid. The daddy was a Triple Crown horse. Workout's a little on the lukewarm side, although the 1-2 back, the 48 flat breezing out of the gate was super impressive. And again, in a 4-horse field, pretty soft landing spot for the debut. Didn't draw some big field where he's going to have to be some wonder horse to win. So at 9-1, certainly a horse to watch. A lot of the handicappers, including myself, scratch into this horse, Ion Rye, number 3, and why not? It's Joel Burnt, it's Luis Valenzuela. It's a horse that had a really good debut from a tricky post. That inside post, when you get a kind of a crowded field, can be quite the challenge for a youngster, and this horse was very professional. Ran a clean second. The barn is near 30% with their maiden second time out, and I would expect this horse comes to run. 4 to 5 tells the story. You're not going to get rich, but it might be a horse you key in on in that post-time pick 4 to carry the mail here in race 1. The 4 horses intriguing. This is Win Trip. Harry Hernandez gets the call here from Mac Robertson, and this is the 2-year-old to 3-year-old angle. This is something Jeff Madej's talked about for a long time. Those speed figures can really jump up 15, 20, 25 points when you look at 2-year-old form compared to 3-year-old form. Last seen in September here at Canterbury, some nice breezes. The daddy's a real nice sire for young horses. 3-hour nap. We saw Mac with one of these horses here last week that was victorious. So at 9-5, this is certainly one of the horses to fear in if you're going to try to single eye on Rye. Outside horse, Arvuz Taboo. Boy, this horse, and I've got the horse second, he's been right there. Gallardo's such a good gate jockey, but 0 for 18 is the tricky part. This horse has had so many chances, but with that keen early speed, at least on paper, if the one horse who debuts doesn't have a ton of early speed, who knows what Mac's horse is going to do off the layout. This horse might find himself out on the front end, and that's always dangerous in a small field if he can dictate terms himself. Sooner or later, he'll break on through it. I think 5.5 furlongs is the right distance as well. I will use him on my pick 4. I will not be singling the 3. I will be using both the 3 and the 6. I think the 6 makes a real nice impression here in the paddock as he walks around and gets ready now to head down the tunnel. So there you have it, 4 of them with the scratches. No show, no try, no super, but I think everybody focused right now on the post-time pick 4. And the pick 5 is a fun sequence tonight. If you want to start handicapping to get ready for that endeavor, it starts in race 5, and it includes those 3 quarter horse stakes in the back end. The final race tonight, nearly $100,000 to play for in the Northlands Futurity. So really fun and challenging pick 5 on the docket tonight. Welcome to Canterbury Park. They're coming onto the track soon for race number 1. Enjoy, everybody.
Sir Leonard Dykert brings them onto a fast main track to begin the 50-cent post-time pick 4. That's a nation low 10% takeout. And in the first race, scratch numbers 2 and 5, meaning no show, trifecta, or superfecta wagering. The first race, 7 minutes from now, and welcome to the races.
All right, race fans, time for the post-time pick 4. I've assembled an $18 ticket. As I mentioned in the paddock preview, I'm going to use the 3 and the 6 here. 3, without a doubt, going to be tough to beat. Ion Rye. The 6 might get lonely on the front end. We'll see for a little mild upset, but those are the 2 I'm using here. Leg 2, 1, 5, and 7. I think I've got the second leg pretty well cornered. I'll cheer for the highest price of those 3. In the third, just the 3 and the 4, and that's where the rubber meets the road. There's a lot of sharp handicappers on the 5 in race 3. I'm going to try to buck them with the Gulfstream shipper for the Elwellings and Crocodile Tears for Pink Cloud Racing, and then we'll head to that really fun race 4, mile and 3/8 journey on the turf. Love races like this. I'll use 1, 2, and 6. $18 is the pick 4 tonight for me. You can modify my ticket. You can make your own ticket, but you can't win it if you don't get in it. These pick 4s have been paying hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars because the 10% takeout here at Canterbury is the lowest in the industry, which means more money to you, the wagering public. 6 minutes to get your tickets assembled. Play the post-time pick 4. Have a great night. The pick 5 starts in race 5 and includes those 3 quarter-horse stakes races on the back end. Big night ahead. Have fun, everybody.
The horses are approaching the starting gate this Wednesday at Canterbury, and Wednesdays provided by Michelob Ultra. We also thank Appalatos, Ashley Home Store, Continental Diamond, Jim Beam, Kim Crawford Wines, Quick Trip, Loeffler, Maker's Mark, the Minnesota Lottery, and Pepsi. Welcome to our featured groups. They include Blattner Company, C&H Technology, Collagen Solutions, Crown Cabinets, Kraus Anderson, the Minnesota Mortgage Association live racing event, Vincent Companies, Partner, Valent USA, Devani's, and the We're Expecting Group. The first is provided by Loeffler, and they'll be to the gate very soon. All righty. Those of you here in Shakopee, welcome to Canterbury Park. Good luck with the post-time pick 4. And those of you watching, wagering, and plunging from abroad, thank you for joining us. A quartet to begin Wednesday, and here they are. And they're racing. Slow beginning for Sweet Bodemeister, and 4 and 6 pop out of it speedily. And Wind Trip and Harry, the leading man, tug them along by a neck. Our Vu's Taboo is attached to that one with a half mile to go. 4 and 6 are 5 clear from 1 and 3. Sweet Bodemeister to the inside of Eye on Rye, and they head into the far turn with Wind Trip still getting a leading trip. Our Vu's Taboo and Eddie G trying to ruin the night for number 4. After that, Eye on Rye beginning to range in, and Sweet Bodemeister's back at the tail, and they have a quarter of a mile to go. Our Vu's Taboo has run away from Wind Trip. Our Vu's Taboo, 2.5 to 1, puts 2.5 on Wind Trip. After that, it is Eye on Rye, and they're into the final furlong, and our Vu's Taboo is done with the losing and wants to get to the winner's enclosure and will do so comfortably. Our Vu's Taboo, 6. Number 6, our Vu's Taboo first. 6-3-4-1 in 105.60. The first is official. Race number 2 begins our $1 all-turf pick 3. And those races are 2, 4, and 6. 2, 4, and 6 for the all-turf pick 3. No scratches or rider changes to begin the all-turf pick 3. That's race number 2 coming up 22 minutes from now. Thanks to Appalatos, the official vehicle supplier for this racetrack. First exacta, $7.80. And to the winner's enclosure, the maiden breaking are Voo's Taboo and Eduardo Gallardo. The winning owners, Daryl and Tricia Rickert. The winning trainer, Mr. Ron Westerman. Our Voo's Taboo is a 5-year-old brown gelding by Shadow Hawk. From the Bloomin' Affair mare, our Voodoo Affair. Bred in Minnesota by the winning owners, Tricia and Daryl Rickert.
Each week, the Minnesota Horsemen's Benevolent and Protective Agency, the organization that represents trainers, grooms, and owners, honors a groom in a winner's circle presentation. Today, we congratulate Marcus Higgins on being the Minnesota HBPA Groom of the Week. Early in the meet, trainer Ron Westerman had to undergo knee surgery. The surgery made it all but impossible for him to do his normal work, and that's when Marcus Higgins stepped up, and he did so in a big way. For taking on all the duties and work of the Westerman barn and keeping everything up to speed, we congratulate Marcus for being the Minnesota HBPA Groom of the Week.
And they're racing. Slow beginning for Sweet Bodymeister, and 4 and 6 pop out of it speedily. And Wind Trip and Harry, the leading man, tug them along by a neck. Our Voo's Taboo is attached to that one with a half mile to go. 4 and 6 are 5 clear from 1 and 3. Sweet Bodymeister to the inside of Eye on Rye. And they head into the far turn with Wind Trip still getting a leading trip. Our Voo's Taboo and Eddie G trying to ruin the night for number 4. After that, Eye on Rye beginning to range in, and Sweet Bodymeister's back at the tail, and they have a quarter of a mile to go. Our Voo's Taboo has run away from Wind Trip. Our Voo's Taboo, 2.5 to 1, puts 2.5 on Wind Trip. After that, it is Eye on Rye, and they're into the final furlong, and our Voo's Taboo is done with the losing and wants to get to the winner's enclosure and will do so comfortably. Our Voo's Taboo, 6. Ladies and gentlemen, a late scratch in the 7th race being announced for the first time. Race number 7, the Northlands Juvenile. Scratch number 8, Valiant Speed. Race 7, scratch number 8, Valiant Speed.
A maiden no more. Arvus Taboo waited till start number 19. It looked like a rock star tonight for the Westermans. Good heady ride by Eduardo Gallardo, who continues to sparkle in the saddle. And that's how the race week starts here at Canterbury. Don't forget, tomorrow is our final Thursday of racing for the summer. So we got to soak it all up as we can. Beautiful night tonight. And here in race 2, we start the new $1 all-turf pick 3. It's a pick 3 with races 2, 4, and 6, the 3 turf races on the card for $1. If you can find the 3 winners, hundreds, maybe thousands go your way. Fun race to handicap. Love the turf sprints here at Canterbury. Number 1 in this race is 6th Street. The Q, Alonso Quinones gets the call for the Silva gang. Boy, the Silvas are once again winning at a high rate. The horse has keen early speed in a race that's only 5 furlongs. She figures to be a factor all the way through. And boy, the fans are double fisting early. She's 6-5 right now. Number 2 is Perfect Moon. Borejas for Miguel Angel Silva. You got to love this barn. This is a good combo if you're looking for long shots throughout the racing week. They popped a little bit last week. Horse that's got some good stalking speed probably chases the 1 right out of the gate, and a good price too at 15-1. 3 is Miss Mac Constantino Roman for Timmy Padilla. Timmy Padilla off that giant week last week where he won 3 stakes races on Maiden Minnesota night. The Padilla barn has been awesome all season. The horse, Miss Mac makes her turf debut. The bloodlines are decent for it, and she has good natural early speed. 4 is Let Me Down Easy for Mikey Beeler. Trainer just a couple wins away from 1,000. He's a Hall of Famer for a reason. Carlo Lopez takes the mount. The horse went wire to wire last time, albeit on the main track against state-bred competition. My pick in the race will be the 5. I'm going to go with Thorn Crown. Lindy Wade for my good friend Brucey Rican. This horse ran way too good to get beat last time by Manhattan Cherry, who was 23-1 that day. I think Thorn Crown gets a really good stalking trip from just behind that inside marker. I've got Brucey in the winner's circle with Salt of the Earth here at 8-5. 6 is Chaparrita. Izzy Hernandez for Miguel Angel Silva. That's kind of the way Miguel Angel does it. He has a couple of horses in a lot of the races he runs, and they both always seem to have a chance, and this 6 horse certainly fits. The morning line set by a professional here at the racetrack says 9-2. Holy jumping. This horse is 17-1 right now. On the morning line overlay alone, you have to take a look at this horse for the exotic wagers. And the outside horse is a Minnesota bred. Her name is Bailout Kila. Luis Valenzuela from my guy, David Miller. This horse is very consistent. 17 starts, and look at that. 13 for 17 in the trifecta. The outside attack post and the form cycle going in the right direction. She looks good down here in the paddock, too. Well done, Mr. Miller. Race 2 starts the all-turf pick 3. 5 furlongs on the grass. Races 2, 4, and 6 for $1. Hundreds, maybe thousands. You owe it to yourself to give that all-turf pick 3 a try. You also owe it to yourself to download the First Bet app. It's the preferred app of the Sharpies upstairs here in the press box. Put it on your phone. It's First Bet app. Then you can put money in, bet with it all night long without ever having to wait in line. At the end of the night, you can take all your winnings out and smile all the way as you walk to the car knowing that you're a Sharpie too. It's the First Bet app. It's available here on the grounds at Canterbury Park. Race 2 coming up and coming at you next.
Hello from the winner's circle. Time to ride the bus. Yes, it's just the beginning of our night, but we have cards and we have horses here at Canterbury, and we're going to give this beautiful lady an opportunity to walk away with some prizes. Now, who do I have playing with me tonight?
My name is Mills.
Okay, Mills, now we were talking about ride the bus before this. Now that you know the rules, anybody who doesn't, the first card that our lovely Amanda flips, she has to guess whether it's red or whether it's black. Now, if she gets that correct, gets to move on to the second card. She has to determine whether that second card is higher or lower than the first. And the third card in ride the bus, she'll have to guess whether that's between the first two cards or outside of that range. Sound good? You ready to roll?
Sure. So where am I looking to find? Okay, just right here.
Yep, she has the cards, and the first one is either red or black. What do you think?
I'm going to go with red.
Is it red? It is black. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Well, we can still, you want to give her another shot? Maybe try to win the daily double pack? Sure. Okay, we'll see if we can get 2 stops. Now try this second card. Is it red or is it black?
Oh, y'all are nice. Okay. Ooh, Lord. I don't even know what to do now. We're going to go with red again.
Try red. See if it's red. Yes. It's red. There you go. There you go. Okay, let's see. Let's see if we can get you the daily double pack here. Just tell me if it's higher or lower. We can give you part of the prize. Higher or lower than a 2? You got this.
Okay, higher.
Is it higher than a deuce? Yes, it's higher than a deuce. It's a jack. Nicely done. Take that daily double pack, go make some money, and have fun with the rest of your day. Nice job.
Did I just win?
Yeah, you'll get the daily double pack. We might keep the deck of cards, but go get that in the card room. You can do it. Nice work.
Woo, thank you. Have fun.
All right, that's riding the bus. We got 3 minutes until race number 2 now. They are headed to the tip shortly.
And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time for the Revac Chapel Classic. In line, 6th Street, 7-5. The rider, Alonso Quinones, had quite the week last week, winning 6 times, including multiple stakes races. And he handles the French filly, 6th Street. First leg of the all-turf pick 4. Make that pick 3. All-turf pick 3. Good luck. 6th Street, Perfect Moon. Ms. Mac. Let me down easy. And Thorn Crown. Chaparita. Bailout Keela. Last in line. Bailout Keela goes in. Turf time, race 2. And they're racing. Bit of a slow beginning for 6th Street. The favored French filly is last. Many of the others line up as they sort themselves out. Ms. Mac is fast and takes the lead. A loose-reined Ms. Mac threatening to run away, opening up by 1. Thorn Crown lays second to the outside of Let Me Down Easy. Then we come to Bailout Keela trying to win 2 in a row, 5 out of it, and about a length and a half clear from Perfect Moon. After that is 6th Street beginning to advance, blowing by Chaparita. Harry takes this one to the outside, and 6th Street is a menacing presence on the move as they head for home. Thorn Crown outside. Miss Mac rail. 6th Street, the French filly from last, has rallied right up to the lead and cuts that lead from a half to a neck to a nose as Thorn Crown fights back. Not good enough. 6th Street, last to first. Number 1, 6th Street, ran first. Second, 5, Thorn Crown. Third, 3, Miss Mac. And a photo for 4th. We also had a claim in race number 2. $10,000 claim, stand by. In the second race, the runner-up, Thorn Crown, claimed for 10 grand by trainer Chris Richard for owner Maggie Moss. Race 2, number 5, tagged 10K, Richard Moss. Bailout Keela 4th. Race number 2 is official. The third race takes us back to a fast main track. No scratches, no rider changes for the third at CBY. This one is provided by Michelob Ultra and Ashley Home Store, likewise for Think Minnesota Realty. Into the winner's circle, here is 6th Street and Alonzo Quinones. The winning owner, Stable HMA. The winning trainer, Jose Silva Jr. And they're racing. Bit of a slow beginning for 6th Street. The favored French filly is last. Many of the others line up as they sort themselves out. Ms. Mac is fast and takes the lead. A loose-reined Ms. Mac threatening to run away, opening up by 1. Thorn Crown lays second to the outside of Let Me Down Easy. Then we come to Bailout Keela trying to win 2 in a row, 5 out of it, and about a length and a half clear from Perfect Moon. After that is 6th Street beginning to advance, blowing by Chaparita. Harry takes this one to the outside, and 6th Street is a menacing presence on the move as they head for home. Thorn Crown outside. Miss Mac rail. 6th Street, the French filly from last, has rallied right up to the lead and cuts that lead from a half to a neck to a nose as Thorn Crown fights back. Not good enough. 6th Street, last to first.
Very exciting finish to the second. 6th Street comes home with a much different tactic today, gets home in front as your favorite, and now we go back to the dirt for race number 3. You have to pardon me, I'm going to turn a little bit this way. It continues to be breezy in Shakopee today. And for this third race, we do have an allowance. We start with Casey's Law on the inside. Casey's Law does own his only lifetime win over this track, and they're going to add blinkers to Casey's Law today. He had shown speed in the past, and that's essentially how he broke his maiden last August. He was just a touch off the pace, but the rail kind of complicates things in that matter. You'd think they might have to go with Casey's Law or at least keep close, and the pace should be very lively. Casey's Law could be a part of that after being off the pace in his past couple. Happy Dancer, just to his outside, has employed that tactic as well. Last time they took all the way back to 7th, but this horse has been breaking slow as well. 2 consecutive tries at this level have yielded pretty similar results, and Crocodile Tears and Irish Dawn were in front of Happy Dancer last time. Really thought that he had a good set of circumstances laid out for him at the beginning of July, and again, he came home with a very evenly paced sort of run. He wasn't losing ground, but he wasn't really threatening anybody on the front end. Right now, Happy Dancer is 5-1, and that's the same price that you get on Drew Breeze. A little surprising considering this one's shipping in from Gulfstream Park, where he had showed good speed. However, he did get kind of tired in the lane, and some of the horses that he has been facing off with, especially in those last couple, have been kind of swimming around a lower level at Gulfstream. Not really flattering this horse's form, but his speed is undeniable. I mean, this horse is going to be on the pace, if not leading the way, and Drew Breeze is currently a very nice, again, 5-1 on the board for his first foray at Canterbury. Crocodile Tears, just to his outside, should be the main pace competition, one would think. Very, very fleet races on the turf. Did translate over to the dirt nicely, and he came up just a half length short of American Refugee last time. However, there was some complication behind him, including Lolo's Laughter and some horses that maybe would have pressured Crocodile Tears, not being able to do so that day. So I am going to try to take a swing with the bigger price on Lolo's Laughter. He and Paul, or myself and Paul Ellen, both like Lolo's Laughter off that race because he couldn't use his speed that day. He was towards the inside, he got held up, broke in a tangle, just never really got to run his race. But prior to that, he was involved in a speed duel a couple of times and held very well in both. He broke his maiden on June 24th, but made a very good debut, only lost by a neck to Moon Connection, the horse that got everybody on the outside. If Lolo's Laughter can return to either one of those, he should at least be contending on the front end. And with his outside post, both he and My Crazy Neighbor, his stablemate, could get very, very good trips in this third. My Crazy Neighbor, more accustomed to coming off the pace. He did so in a win on July 13th that he got DQ'd out of subsequently, but he did show good stalking speed last time around. He wasn't that far behind anybody else that beat him in here. Kind of the same case with Happy Dancer. Irish Dawn on the outside was all over the place kind of with distance last year, but this year he has been a one-turn horse, finished third in both Prize Fighter and American Refugee wins. Irish Dawn lands the outside this time after landing on the rail on July 23rd. That was the position he was in at his first start of the year, and if he has gotten a little bit out of those first two, Irish Dawn could be closing late at 11-1. The third race field heads out to the track, 9 minutes to post. They start a pick 3 and a double. If you want to do verticals, exactas tries and 10-cent supers are all on the table with 9 minutes to post. Your 7-5 favorite sits right in the middle of the field. That's Crocodile Tears. Power Play is coming up next. That's Kevin Gorg waiting in the studio.
And the horses are coming onto the track for tonight's third race. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and a $1 pick 3 is available at the gate in just 7 minutes for the third. All right, folks, Kevin Gorg with you in the press box. We get set for the power play tonight. The first of 3 quarter horse stakes races will take us to race 7. I like number 7, Silver Dakota Moon. Let's take a look at some of the key factors here with the past performances for this 2-year-old gray filly trained by Mallory Norton. First of all, a couple of nice starts down at Remington Park to get the career going. Showed some real talent with Stormy Smith. Jockey in tow tonight for the big money. Then what we've got is we've got a trouble. And then we've got all kinds of trouble in the Canterbury debut back on August the 2nd. But what I really like about this horse is this trainer, second time off the layoff. We're at 26%, which is double her normal win rate, and the ROI, $2.60 for every buck you bet. Now watch this. This is crazy. Quarter horse race at 350 yards. Keep your eye on this 4 out of the gate. This is a nightmare of a journey. Stumbles, bounced, and it's done. Like, the race is over. And he's not, again, she's not going to win the race. But what I like about this horse is they straighten this horse out, and this horse still shows skills. After all that trouble, finishes the race nicely. Now today, I think you get a much better trip and a much different result. It's race 7. It is the 7 Silver Dakota Moon, and it's the power play, which is sponsored by our good friends at Tri-State Bobcat. Thanks, guys.
It is now post time for the third. Irish Dawn, last in line. And they're racing in the Maury Glover Classic. And Irish Dawn out fast to the outside. Likewise for the bookender, Casey's Law to the inside. And the narrow leader is Irish Dawn. And as they separate themselves, Low Low's Laughter and Crocodile Tears take off. And Crocodile Tears takes a narrow lead. Low right alongside that colt. And they're about 5 clear from a tiring Irish Dawn who's doing the moonwalk after outbreaking the field. Happy Dancer rolls up to be 6 lengths from the lead. Then it's My Crazy Neighbor. And in last is Drew Breeze. The Gulfstream Steam is 12 lengths out of it. And up top, Crocodile Tears leads it from Low's Laughter. And they're still far clear from Happy Dancer and Casey's Law. After that, Drew Breeze beginning to run on, but far out of it. And now they come down to the final furlong. And Crocodile Tears and Carlo Lopez have put away Low's Laughter. After that, it's Happy Dancer. Then on the outside, a re-engaging Irish Dawn. But they're all left in the wake of a keen turn of speed by Crocodile Tears, who wins by 5. The third is official, 4.562 in 110.61. The fourth race is 22 minutes from now. Leg 2 of the all-turf pick 3. It's firm, rail at 30. No scratches, no rider changes. Now entering the winner's circle, Crocodile Tears and Carlo Lopez. Crocodile Tears is owned by Pink Cloud Racing and the winning trainer, Wade Rarick. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the winner's circle. Every Wednesday night is community night at Canterbury Park, featuring a nonprofit every week. Canterbury Cares, and we have a long tradition of charitable giving. We're committed to continuing that legacy into the future. And right now we recognize the Saints Foundation and their commitment to providing compassionate care close to home. And we are giving a $1,500 check. The Saints Foundation is the fundraising arm of St. Francis Regional Medical Center. St. Francis Regional Medical Center's mission is they work together to provide all people the healing experience we would expect for ourselves and our families. Through their actions and accomplishments, they consistently will be recognized as one of the best community hospitals in the United States of America. Those here with the Saints Foundation, congratulations. Thank you, and welcome. And there, racing in the Maury Glover Classic, and Irish Dawn out fast to the outside. Likewise for the bookender, Casey's Law to the inside, and the narrow leader is Irish Dawn. And as they separate themselves, Lolo's Laughter and Crocodile Tears take off. And Crocodile Tears takes a narrow lead. Lolo right alongside that colt, and they're about 5 clear from a tiring Irish Dawn, who's doing the moonwalk after outbreaking the field. Happy Dancer rolls up to be 6 lengths from the lead. Then it's My Crazy Neighbor, and in last is Drew Breeze. The Gulfstream Steam is 12 lengths out of it, and up top, Crocodile Tears leads it from Lolo's Laughter, and they're still far clear from Happy Dancer and Casey's Law. After that, Drew Breeze beginning to run on, but far out of it, and now they come down to the final furlong, and Crocodile Tears and Carlo Lopez have put away Lolo's Laughter. After that, it's Happy Dancer. Then on the outside, a re-engaging Irish Dawn, but they're all left in the wake of a keen turn of speed by Crocodile Tears, who wins by 5.
Welcome back to the paddock. Big crowd down here assembled for one of our big fun races, the handicap. Love these turf journeys. 1 mile and 3/8. They're going to come around twice. So first time to the finish line, make sure you don't look like a fool and start cheering for your horse because they got to go all the way back around a second time. Super fun race to bet on. Let's handicap the field together. And I'm going to try for a price horse here. I'm going to try for the one, Zuma Rudy. Zuma Rudy's in good form right now, albeit with some wins against softer competition. They get the confident bump up in class. Yaloa takes the call for Chip Woolley, the Kentucky Derby winning trainer. And the horse has good numbers on the Canterbury turf, 6 for 9 in the trifecta. Now, this horse is facing tougher competition than he has seen lately, but he gets the advantageous inside. And for a race that offers not 2, but 3 turns, I thought that inside post actually really mattered. So I'm going to try Zuma Rudy with Carlos Yaloa, and I'm going to try a little 7-1 shot here to upset the apple cart. Now, our good friend Jay Litza, who is a terrific handicapper, and you can find every day at StarTribune.com or in the Star Tribune paper, he loves to Casanova. And I see his angle here. This is a horse third off the layoff with natural speed who doesn't need the lead. Should get a great stalking trip. The Litza horse opened up at 8-5 and is drifting upwards now to 3-1. Number 3 is Club Mesquite, Quinones for Matt Williams. This horse won last time smartly. That was on the dirt against $5,000 claimers. A bump up in class and a switch in surface for Club Mesquite puts the horse right now as the longest shot on the board at 20-1. Angela Herman is bullish on the 4 Noble Pursuit. The Silva Gang conditions. Carlo Lopez looks to go boom, boom, back-to-back in the saddle. Just ran here last week. Loves this turf course, loves this distance, and has a load of class. The horse to beat, no doubt about it. It's 7-5. Number 5 is Super Wise for my man Gary Shearer. Lindy Wade gets the call. Last time out at this distance, chased Noble Pursuit. The good news is another horse that chased Noble Pursuit, Modern Science, has come back to win. Maybe that will be the case. Gary Shearer 10-1. Barnes been hot all season. Very interesting. 6 might be the speed of the race. In fact, I think he is the speed of the race. It's 30 seconds out with Loreno Sosa. The other Silva horse, don't let this one get loose. Jeff Baday's talked about this for decades. Lone speed, anytime, anywhere, any distance is potent. 6 could be loose on the front at double digits. Number 7 is War Chest, Double H, Harry Hernandez for Tony Rengsdorf. 4 of this horse's 7 career victories are right here on the Canterbury side. Very interesting horse. If he can avoid the wide trip, I think he's got a big shot to be in the fracas when the real running starts. I'm going to try the one, Zuma Rudy, to upset the apple cart. Who do you like? It's 1 mile and 3/8. It's on that beautiful turf course. A wonderful betting opportunity as we sail on this beautiful summer night, knowing that on the back end, races 7, 8, and 9 are quarter horse stakes races for big money. Oh, we're just warming up right now. The night is in diapers. Good luck here. Turf racing like nowhere else at beautiful Canterbury Park.
Race 4's field is now on track with 7 minutes to post. They go 1 mile and 3/8 on firm going in approximately 7 minutes. Your current 7-5 favorite is number 4, Noble Pursuit. Hello again from the winner's circle, the very blustery winner's circle, as race 4 is almost upon us. It's time to remind you of some stuff that we have coming up here at Canterbury, including Oktoberfest. That's coming up on September 16th, so we got a little trivia to go along with that. I have Spencer here playing with me today. Spencer, where are you from? Do you have any German ancestry to you?
I do have a little bit of German ancestry. I'm from Big Lake, Minnesota, so I had to drive about an hour to get here. And I won race 1, so I belong here. Let's go.
All right, well, time to add to your winnings. We can get you daily double packs of admission passes. Maybe we can get a winner out of you if you can answer this question correctly. All right, let's take a look at the tote board. What do locals of Munich, Germany refer to their annual festival as? Is it Weissen? Is it Festival of Beer? Is it Deutschland Celebration? Or do they just cut right to the chase and call it Annual Feast? Do you think it's A, B, C, or D? Tap into that German heritage.
I'm going to go with A. Final answer.
All right, is it A, Weissen? It is! Well done! My goodness, you are winning everything tonight. Since you are doing so well, I have to ask, who is going to win race 4?
Ooh, I got either 2, 3, 4, or 5. One of the two. I'm going to go with 4.
Okay, he went with the 4, I think. Noble Pursuit. Good luck with Noble Pursuit. And enjoy the daily double pack, the admission passes, all that, the beer. Well done, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, that's Spencer. You heard it here. 4 minutes to race number 4. He likes the 4. He's going to be at Oktoberfest. You should be too. If you don't have any tickets or if you don't have any plans that day, check out CanterburyPark.com/events. Get your tickets and all the details on our closing day at Oktoberfest.
They've reached the starting gate, and it is post time. Courtesy of Maker's Mark and Jim Beam Bourbon. Elegant, smooth, refined. We also thank Busch Light, proud sponsor of racing at Canterbury. Super Wise, 12-1. 30 seconds out, 8-1. War Chest, 3.5-1. Noble Pursuit, favored at 6-5. Cashinova, 2.5-1. Field sent on the 1 3/8 journey, and coming out nicely is 30 seconds out, looking to wire the field to the outside of Long Shot Super Wise. 30 seconds out, grabs the lead, runs away by 3. After that, War Chest in search of 2 in a row, overtaken by Cashinova and Club Mesquite, who's on the move, also in search of 2 in a row. Then we come back to Noble Pursuit, 10 out of it, and far clear from Zumarudi. That one would have to win 3 in a row from 15 out of it. And as they pass us for the first time, it is 30 seconds out, settling into a nice stride, leading it by 2, in fact slowing down a tad. Super Wise lay second, rider has the green helmet cover. Then we come to Cashinova, joined by Club Mesquite. Behind them, War Chest at 4-1, 6 lengths out of it. Noble Pursuit about 8 from the lead, second last, and Zumarudi can see them all. And they corner with about 7 furlongs to travel, 30 seconds out, and Laureano Sosa now have company in the shape of Super Wise, and 6 and 5 are 2 clear from Cashinova. That one's to the inside of War Chest. After that, we have Club Mesquite outside of Noble Pursuit. They race in tandem, 6 lengths from the lead, and still nothing from Zumarudi as they zoom up the Canterbury Park barn side. 30 seconds out, wanted nothing to do with Super Wise, ran away again by 1.5. In second is Super Wise. Cashinova sequestered to the inside of War Chest with the rocket wrench colors, about 4 from the front to the inside of Noble Pursuit, who's wide. Then it's Club Mesquite, and Zumarudi is running on 9 lengths from the lead off the far turn in this marathon. 30 seconds out, still has wire to wire on his mind. Super Wise is cutting into the margin. Cashinova's full of run with absolutely nowhere to go. War Chest shoved on 3 wide. Noble Pursuit in the thick of it. Rider has the yellow helmet cover. Zumarudi's out of last, zooming home on the wide side. And now they clump up. And on the lead, it is still the 6 overtaken by Cashinova, and that's it for 30 seconds out. Outside is War Chest firing. Then we come to Noble Pursuit. Cashinova game. Cashinova gets all the cash in race number 4. Number 2, Cashinova, ran first in 2:15.01. The rest, unofficial. The numbers 2, 7, 4, 5. Race 4 official. That exacta paid $22.20. 50-cent trifecta, $274, $28.75. 10-cent superfecta, $2,745, $40.60. The double from race 3 paid $15.20. And the post time pick 4, $98.15. Race number 5 kicks off the 10% takeout, 50-cent pick 5. Scratch number 3, Go Yoshka. Race 5, courtesy of Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of Canterbury. And we also thank Archkey Solutions, Atomic Data, Choice Electric, and Culver's. Into the winner's circle comes Casanova and Daylor Barrios Lopez. Casanova is owned and trained by Alfredo Asprino. Field sent on the 1 3/8 journey, and coming out nicely is 30 seconds out, looking to wire the field to the outside of long shot super wise. 30 seconds out, grabs the lead, runs away by 3. After that, War Chest in search of 2 in a row, overtaken by Casanova and Club Mesquite, who's on the move, also in search of 2 in a row. Then we come back to Noble Pursuit, 10 out of it, and Far Clear from Zumarudi. That one would have to win 3 in a row from 15 out of it. And as they pass us for the first time, it is 30 seconds out, settling into a nice stride, leading it by 2, in fact slowing down a tad. Super Wise lay second, rider has the green helmet cover. Then we come to Cashinova, joined by Club Mesquite. Behind them, War Chest at 4-1, 6 lengths out of it. Noble Pursuit about 8 from the lead, second last. And Zoom Marudi can see them all. And they corner with about 7 furlongs to travel, 30 seconds out. And Laureano Sosa now have company in the shape of Super Wise. And 6 and 5 are 2 clear from Cashinova. That one's to the inside of War Chest. After that, we have Club Mesquite outside of Noble Pursuit. They race in tandem, 6 lengths from the lead, and still nothing from Zumarudi as they zoom up the Canterbury Park barn side. 30 seconds out, wanted nothing to do with Super Wise, ran away again by 1.5. In second is Super Wise. Cashinova sequestered to the inside of War Chest with the rocket wrench colors, about 4 from the front to the inside of Noble Pursuit, who's wide. Then it's Club Mesquite, and Zumarudi is running on 9 lengths from the lead off the far turn in this marathon. 30 seconds out, still has wire to wire on his mind. Super Wise is cutting into the margin. Cashinova's full of run with absolutely nowhere to go. War Chest shoved on 3 wide. Noble Pursuit in the thick of it. Rider has the yellow helmet cover. Zumarudi's out of last, zooming home on the wide side. And now they clump up. And on the lead, it is still the 6 overtaken by Cashinova, and that's it for 30 seconds out. Outside is War Chest firing. Then we come to Noble Pursuit. Cashinova game. Cashinova gets all the cash in race number 4.
Boy, Cashinova just needed the light of day, and he burst through, wins our 4th race, caps off the post-time pick 4, and now we get to the 5th. But as Kevin mentioned earlier, we still got a lot to go, including the quarter horse stakes racing action later tonight. And we got the pick 5 starting here in the 5th. We'll go back to the main track. Pretty complex field, going 6 furlongs in this 5th race, and starts on the inside with Inter Miami. He's only raced over the surface once, and it was a pretty good third last time. He was against optional claimers, now gets in with some condition claimers. He was only 2 lengths in arrears of Reckoning Day, and that horse has been on quite the tear, both down in Turf Paradise and up here at Canterbury. Inter Miami did land on the rail this time, though, and he's been fortuitous to land a little further outside in recent times. Didn't love that for his pace pressing style, but Inter Miami should be involved from the start. Right now, he's 3-1. Much bigger price on Storm in Hong Kong, and he should be nowhere near the lead early. This one makes usually just 1 run from the back, and he's doing so on a class drop himself, at least getting into condition claimers. He was in against conditioned ones last time too, or sorry, optional ones last time too, but Storm in Hong Kong has yet to hit pay dirt on this track. He's got 2 seconds at a third, but he's already had 8 swings at it. Storm in Hong Kong just usually gives himself a lot to do in the lane, but the price is right at 18-1. Scratch the 3, Go Yoshka, and the other Van Winkle representative, not Taylor, but David, without prize fighter trying to pick up his 2nd win of the season. He hung on by a nose 2 back, but last time had to contend with a very, very quick pace up front. You can see he wasn't far off it, but he was beaten to the lead, and this is a much better horse when he gets to the front end. Now, it should be very doable today, but we'll see what Macho Rocco to his outside does to apply any sort of pressure. Right now, he's 13-1. Pretty good for a horse that's put together his record over our main track. This will be another test for class, but he's going to turn the tables on Seed of Success and blame JD too. It's probably why the price is what it is, but still, when he gets on the lead, he is very tough to run down. Windcracker on the cutback probably won't be that close to the lead, might not be that far back either. This horse just doesn't sprint all that often anymore, but Windcracker still has put together a couple of good pace pressing races where maybe a little less ground would help him hang on a bit better at the end. Windcracker is a very square 5-1. He has some backclass to him, and since being claimed a few starts ago, well, 4 starts now, he's only missed the board the 1 time, and that was last time around. Bigfoot City, Mr. Who, some horses who have beaten him have come back to perform well too. So some things to like about Windcracker, including the 5-1 price. Not the case on Macho Rocco next door. He is your current 8-5 favorite. Speed and more speed from Macho Rocco, who seems to be a much different horse on a wet track than he is on dry dirt. He just loves when it rains, and last time he capitalized on that. Came home a neck in front of Released, who has also won this season, and he did so very gamely. He came back on that horse and beat him by a neck. I don't think you're going to get anywhere close to the price you did that day, but, well, that was 5-2. You get 8-5. Maybe you will, but Macho Rocco prior to that had always been a pretty healthy mutual on the board. Seed of Success, the other way around. He might be a very good price, and he's been a horse that's been favored in 2 of his last 3. He's got good speed from the outside. De Liberios Lopez looks to double up, and Seed of Success is 6-1. There's my pick on the screen. That's Jay Litz's pick, too. Blame JD looks to win for the first time this year in start number 6. He's been facing off against some tough ones, including a tough heat for this level last time around. He does have to try to run down Seed of Success, but he's off the rail this time. He's on the outside. I think that's a big difference, so I'm going to take a swing with him and see if he can't pull the mild upset at 4-1. We have 9 minutes to bet the 5th. They're headed to the track for it. It will start off the 10% takeout, 50-cent pick 5. Lots of other things to bet on, though. Pick 3s, doubles, exactas, tries, supers. Go for it. That's what everybody likes up on the board. We find out in 9 minutes which one of us, or ones of us, are right. In the meantime, let's go visit Kevin Gorg again. Let's see what he thinks of this pick 5 sequence. That's coming up next.
And the horses are coming onto the track for tonight's 5th race. As we get ready for the second half of the card, Win Play Show, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Pick 3. And the big news here, fans, is the 10% takeout, 50-cent Pick 5. Races 5 through 9 include those 3 quarter horse stakes races on the back end. The Pick 5s have been unbelievably value-laden here at Canterbury. A couple weeks ago, it paid over $30,000. Take advantage of that 10% takeout. Play the Pick 5. We'll have a ticket ready for you in just a couple of minutes. All right, we got that Pick 4 home. That $18 ticket paid a little over $90, so we've got some walking around money. Let's try to hit this Pick 5. $24 ticket for you here. We'll start with this race, which I think is a very competitive race. 1, 5, 6, and 7 are my horses. We'll single the 5 in race 6. That's going to be It's Me, who looks like a class-dropping logical favorite. Then we'll use 3 and 7 in the 7th, 2, 3, and 4 in the 8th, 8 and 10 in the 9th. $24 investment off that Pick 4 hit. We'll try to go boom, boom, back to back. Hey, you can play this ticket. You can modify it, add some horses. If I did add a horse here in the 5th, it'd be the 8 horse. Jay Litza on fire right now. Really likes this 8. So does Angela. 2 handicappers I respect immensely. And if you did add the 8 here, it would make it 5 times 2 is 10, times 3 is 30, times 2 is 6. Make it a $30 ticket. So it's only $6 more if you want to add the 8 here. You got to kind of be ready to kind of adjust on the fly with these Pick 5s. But keep in mind that, like we said a couple weeks ago, it paid over $30,000. It's worth your time to play the Pick 5. You got plenty of time right now. 4 minutes to get your bets in, 10% takeout, stakes races with the quarter horses on the back end. Super fun and challenging 5-race sequence. The Pick 5 and race 5 start in 4 minutes. Good luck.
And they're at the gate. It is now race time. C to Success has gone in. And here is Blame JD. One out. All in. And they're racing. Macho Rocco is the gray out of the gate very, very quickly. Blame JD with speed. Then it's Prize Fighter to the inside, joining the leading clump. Enter Miami to the inside, popped nicely and is right there with the new leader, Prize Fighter. And Prize Fighter takes over from Macho Rocco. C to Success tracks to the inside of Blame JD. Then it's Wind Cracker, about 8 lengths from the lead. They all have the stiff wind at their backs now, and the one in last needs it. It's Storm in Hong Kong. Off the far turn, it is on the lead, Prize Fighter and Lindsay opening up by 2. Macho Rocco being pushed on hard. Enter Miami is trapped. Outside of that, Blame JD. C to Success needs to give more. Wind Cracker's beginning to run on, and here they come, charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Macho Rocco is the gray, slugging it out with Enter Miami, and Enter Miami got the light of day and spurts away by 1. Outside, Blame JD. That's it for Macho Rocco. Then it's a Wind Cracker on the inside. It is Enter Miami from Wind Cracker and Blame JD. Enter Miami smooth. Number 1, Enter Miami, ran first. 1857 in race 5. And the 5th race is official. Exacta $29, trifecta $53, superfecta $20 and change, the double $24.20, and the pick 3 from race 3 $144.50. Race number 6 begins the second and final pick 4 today at Canterbury, and it's our final turf race. In the 6, scratch numbers 4, 7, and 8. This one is courtesy of Quick Trip and QuickTrip.com. We also thank Greystone Construction, Gallagher, and Dick's Sanitation. Into the winner's circle, Enter Miami and Adamar Santos. The winning owner is Ray DeLorme Jr., and the winning trainer, Canterbury Park Hall of Famer, Burnell Roan. Final time, 111.07. racing. Macho Rocco is the gray out of the gate very, very quickly. Blame JD with speed. Then it's Prize Fighter to the inside, joining the leading clump. Enter Miami to the inside, popped nicely and is right there with the new leader, Prize Fighter. And Prize Fighter takes over from Macho Rocco. Seed of Success tracks to the inside of Blame JD. Then it's Wind Cracker, about 8 lengths from the lead. They all have the stiff wind at their backs now, and the one in last needs it. It's Storm in Hong Kong. Off the far turn, it is on the lead, Prize Fighter and Lindsay opening up by 2. Macho Rocco being pushed on hard. Enter Miami is trapped. Outside of that, Blame JD. Seed of Success needs to give more. Wind Cracker's beginning to run on, and here they come, charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Macho Rocco is the gray, slugging it out with Enter Miami, and Enter Miami got the light of day and spurts away by 1. Outside, Blame JD. That's it for Macho Rocco. Then it's a Wind Cracker on the inside. It is Enter Miami from Wind Cracker and Blame JD. Enter Miami smooth. Taboo, 2.5 to 1, puts 2.5 on Win Trip. After that, it is Eye on Rye, and they're into the final furlong, and our Voo's Taboo is done with the losing and wants to get to the winner's enclosure and will do so comfortably. Our Voo's Taboo, 6. Thorn Crown outside. Miss Mac Rail, 6th Street. The French filly from last has rallied right up to the lead and cuts that lead from a half to a neck to a nose as Thorn Crown fights back. Not good enough. 6th Street, last to first. He's beginning to run on, but far out of it, and now they come down to the final furlong, and Crocodile Tears and Carlo Lopez have put away Lolo's Laughter. After that, it's Happy Dancer. Then on the outside, a re-engaging Irish Dawn, but they're all left in the wake of a keen turn of speed by Crocodile Tears, who wins by 5. Zooming home on the wide side, and now they clump up, and on the lead it is still the 6 overtaken by Casanova, and that's it for 30 seconds out. Outside is War Chest firing, then we come to Noble Pursuit. Casanova game, Casanova gets all the cash in race number 4. Rocco is the gray, slugging it out with Inter Miami, and Inter Miami got the light of day and spurts away by 1. Outside, Blame JD. That's it for Macho Rocco. Then it's a Wind Cracker on the inside. It is Inter Miami from Wind Cracker and Blame JD. Inter Miami smooth.
The late pick 5 starts with a nice little upset. Inter Miami on the inside. Adamar Santos scraping the paint for Hall of Famer Bernal Roan, then opening up in the stretch like a good thing at 4-1. So a nice little price to start the procession. We've got one more thoroughbred race here, a maiden race on the grass, and then those 3 big quarter horse stakes races. Final race tonight, just short of $100,000 in that purse. So a lot of excitement in the air. Let's take a look at the field here for the 6. When you hear the word maiden, these are horses looking for their very first career victory. A number 1 mark of victory looks like a horse sitting on a decent effort here. This horse now third time off the layoff for a good trainer in Valerie Lund. I've talked about Lindy Wade and the patience he has in the saddle. He's an excellent rider, especially on the turf. Inside post means he can save every inch of ground. I think Mark of Victory has a legitimate shot here, and I think 7-1 is more than fair. Number 2 is Dixie Girl 2, Eduardo Gallardo. It's the Westerman gang looking for a second win on the card. Early speed, good gate jockey. I think it's pretty obvious this horse likely going to be on or near the lead on the stretch out. Number 3 is Graceful Moon. Kelsey Haar gets the call in this gorgeous gray for Bobby Klein. Good connections here, first time Lasix. Not much to go on with the debut, but maybe a learning experience for this racehorse. Could improve second time back. The world, including myself, is on the 5. It's Me. And It's Me is a horse that's on a class drop. And we've watched this with Joel Burnt, who's one of the best trainers in the Midwest. When they drop in, they do so for a reason. And I think this horse is dropping in to get that first career victory. He's still in the saddling enclosure right now, or she is, excuse me, and she's coming out right now. But I think It's Me. It just looks like she's just got this field over the barrel. If she runs a race with Mr. Roman in the saddle, she should be just fine. 5's got the jock up. They've got permission from the stewards. They're going to go onto the track first. She looks fantastic. Very good muscle on her. So the 5 got permission to go out early. That's why she's not out here talking with us right now. 6 is Dr. Z's Elsa. Barrejas for Silva. That's Miguel Angel Silva. Last time out, a really solid third at 27-1. Made up some significant ground in the late stages. If you're going to try to beat the favorite, this seems like the most logical place to do it. Dr. Z's Elsa, full of energy down here in the walking ring and on the board at 9-2. Don't sleep on the 9. Number 9 is Tammy Macho. Tammy Macho is ridden by Luis Valenzuela, trained by Esteban Martinez. 2 career starts, has gotten a little bit better with each try. Has some good turf bloodlines too. The Tomlinson figure up over 300, so there's a sleeper for you that might be flying under the radar. Hey, it's turf racing. Get your turf racing here at Canterbury. Final thoroughbred race of the night. 3 giant quarter horse stakes races on the back end. The winds are howling, and there's cash to be played for here, so make sure you get your tickets in right now and find a way to financial freedom. If you're alive in the pick 5, you got a long way to go. Big hurdle here. Let's see how good the favorite is. I'm on It's Me. Who do you like? Time to bet the 6th. Quarter horse stakes on the back end. Good luck and enjoy the turf.
We have 7 minutes until race number 6. Scratch number 4, Northern Charmer. Number 7, Roll Gypsy Roll. And number 8, Tatum's Journey. This starts the late 50-cent pick 4 in 7 minutes, and your current 2-5 favorite is It's Me. We have another concert still to come in the Concerts at the Park series. Randy Houser is our final act on September 8th. If you haven't seen any of these concerts yet, make sure you get your tickets today. One more opportunity. That's Randy Houser on September 8th. We still got more stuff coming up with the horses. And we have a behind the scenes tour on Saturday afternoon, August 19th. You can take a look at the horses in the barns, in the paddock, and experience the race, the first race of the day from the winner's circle, and enjoy special guest appearances. That's upcoming on the 19th at 3 p.m. We also have a food truck festival the next day. Come take a bite into a little bit of everything at the Canterbury Park Food Truck Festival. That's on Sunday, August 20th to go along with regular Pepsi Family Day activities. That's again at canterburypark.com/events. And in September, to start things off on Saturday, the 2nd, we have our final Taste of Canterbury event, craft cocktails and charcuterie. Get a unique, extensive selection of spirits and refined bites. All that and more, canterburypark.com/events. It's late pick four time, and we frankly don't need to spend much time going through the angle, because guess what? It's the power play, Silver Dakota Moon. Everything that Kevin pretty much could mention about her is what I'm going to mention too. So May 27th, she comes out of a stake. She was running 6th that day, but it was a very good event. Now, the first 4 finishers haven't come back to run yet, but a lot of the horses that have finished in front of behind her have put together very good 2-year-old campaigns for themselves. And Silver Dakota Moon tried to follow that up in one of the trials for the Northlands, but she had a pretty rough go of things at the start. That's her, the 4. And this is her beginning. Down to her knees, knocked off her stride, and her day was essentially done at that point. Now, some horses could have maybe backed out of it completely, but Silver Dakota Moon still keeps on trying on the outside. You can see even though she has been bumped to a different path, she doesn't give up. She's got a lot of good tools for a 2-year-old, and with a clean break, that sort of run and that sort of professionalism could land her the winner of race number 7. We'll talk about late pick 4 possibilities coming up next. There is that pick 4, and frankly, it just doesn't start off the way you'd want one to. With the scratches, we have a 1-5 favorite, and It's Me, and she is a standout on paper. Had a pretty rough go of things last time, and her first 2 tries of this year have been against Maiden Special Weight Company. She hasn't been far off in either one, and she was favored in that last run. If she can get any sort of clear run through, and maybe even with the scratches, that should help her cause. It's Me should graduate today at a very, very low number. Now, Silver Dakota Moon probably will fall into the same spot. I mean, the morning line favorite scratched out of here. I would expect the Cowboys and Are My Heroes to take some money, but Silver Dakota Moon might end up being an underlay. That's why we singled her in race number 7 and spread out things a little bit more in the Derby and in the Northlands Futurity. You can see the 4 that I used in there. My top pick is the 6, Elegant Dynastia. If she can keep a clear path to the last 100 yards, she explodes at the ends of her races. I think 400 will definitely be just what the doctor ordered for her, and 4, 8, and 10 for me in the last. I did use the outside 2, Relentlessly Fast and Relentless Bay. Definitely make a ton of sense, but if things look like they're very friendly to inside runners, Avery's Treasure ran a dynamite race in breaking his maiden 2 back and was only a neck short last time. The price should be right, and of all the Olmsted runners, he might be the best price of them. Well, maybe not the best price, but one of the best prices of them all. So go ahead and play that if you want for $6. Hammer the double, do whatever you want, but do it in 2 minutes. They'll be at the gate for the 6th.
And it is post time. They are into the gate for the final turf race this evening. 3 races from the $98,000 Northlands Futurity. Here is Tammy Macho. And they're racing. Inside, Mark of Victory out quickly, bookending Tammy Macho at 1,000,000 to 1 with speed. Likewise for Dixie Girl 2, and Dixie Girl 2 at 6-1 has taken the lead. Right behind that one is Mark of Victory, and Tammy Macho, that big price, still right there. Now, It's Me gets to the outside, and the hot favorite goes from 4th to 3rd to 2nd or right up to the lead. The 9 had to pinch. Tammy Macho lost about 3, and now 2 and 5 cut together, and they're going very quickly. And they have the wind at their backs, and they're chasing Dixie Girl 2. Outside of that, the heavily favored It's Me, Mark of Victory, 5 out of it, and to the inside of Tammy Macho. Then we come to Graceful Moon, that's the gray, being overtaken by Dr. Z's Elsa, who's moving in quickly, and the field is covered by 7-8 lengths as they're into the far turn, and they're still chasing Dixie Girl 2. It's Me at 2 to 5, still in second, being shoved on. It's Me being pushed on hard and joined by Dr. Z's Elsa to the outside. Inside of that, Mark of Victory's all dressed up with nowhere to go and is about 7 clear from Graceful Moon. It still is Dixie Girl 2. Outside of that, we have Dr. Z's Elsa. Not tonight for the heavily favored It's Me, and Dixie Girl 2 has wire to wire on her mind. Mark of Victory gets out, gets the light of day, but it's not good enough. Dixie Girl 2 and Eddie G, wire to wire. Two, Dixie Girl 2, first. 2163 in 130.79, and it's unofficial. Now entering the winner's circle, Dixie Girl 2 and Eduardo Gallardo. The winning owner and trainer, Ron Westerman. 2 victories tonight for Ron Westerman. Slight delay with the prices, 2163. Will be official shortly. And they're racing. Inside, Mark of Victory out quickly, bookending Tammy Macho at 1,000,000 to 1 with speed. Likewise for Dixie Girl 2, and Dixie Girl 2 at 6 to 1 has taken the lead. Right behind that one is Mark of Victory and Tammy Macho, that big price still right there. Now, It's Me gets to the outside, and the hot favorite goes from 4th to 3rd to 2nd or right up to the lead. The 9 had to pinch. Tammy Macho lost about 3, and now 2 and 5 cut together, and they're going very quickly, and they have the wind at their backs, and they're chasing Dixie Girl 2. Outside of that, the heavily favored It's Me, Mark of Victory, 5 out of it, and to the inside of Tammy Macho. Then we come to Graceful Moon, that's the gray, being overtaken by Dr. Z's Elsa, who's moving in quickly, and the field is covered by 7-8 lengths as they're into the far turn, and they're still chasing Dixie Girl 2. It's Me at 2 to 5, still in second, being shoved on. It's me being pushed on hard and joined by Dr. Z Zelsa to the outside. Inside of that, Mark of Victory's all dressed up with nowhere to go and is about 7 clear from Graceful Moon. It still is Dixie Girl 2. Outside of that, we have Dr. Z Zelsa. Not tonight for the heavily favored. It's me, and Dixie Girl 2 has wire to wire on her mind. Mark of Victory gets out, gets the light of day, but it's not good enough. Dixie Girl 2 and Eddie G, wire to wire. Two, Dixie Girl 2.
There's a little buzz in the air right now because the Pick 5 starts with not one but two upsets. So all of us in the press box are wondering if there's a potential Pick 5 carryover into tomorrow, the final Thursday night card of the season. That would be exciting. And we get to chew on three outstanding quarter horse stakes races, starting with this one right here, the $15,000 Northlands Juvenile. When you see Juvenile, you know they're 2-year-olds, so that can right away create some chaos and some big results. Let's see if we can find that here. We'll start with number 1. You Can Kiss My Jazz. Garcia for Olmsted. You're going to see Mr. Olmsted with a lot of horses in the night. He's an excellent trainer. You got to figure out which one is the right one. Pesky inside post. It's been a tough place to win from this summer with the quarter horses. It hasn't happened often, but hey, it's Olmsted. Garcia can ride him up, and the horse showed lots of speed against tougher competition last time out. And you are getting a price at 11-1. Number 2 is Sir Walter Stoley. Kelsey Haar gets the call for Vic Hansen. I love these thoroughbred jockeys that can ride quarter horses as well. You know they're good gate jockeys. Kelsey's won with both this season, and she's won at prices on thoroughbreds and quarter horses. Johnny the Mouse Mickelson's favorite jockey. He's the president of the Kelsey Haar fan club. You know he's got a couple of bucks on the deuce. There's no doubt about that. Here's the 3. Cowboys Are My Heroes. It's Escobedo for Olmsted. Many quarter horse pundits point to that combination as a winning combination. When Mr. Olmsted has more than one horse, this is the go-to rider. This horse took early money, is getting bet, and is currently the 2-1 favorite. I've got the horse second. I'm going to try to beat the Cowboy. We'll see how that plays out. 5 is This Candy is Grand. Here's Tyler Stein, another very adroit trainer with the cues. Ramirez gets the call. 1 start at Canterbury. You can draw a line through it. The horse reared up at the start and lost all chance. Give the horse another look here. This is a very good barn, and it's 12-1. 6 is Jess Henry, the Frinkinator. The Frinkinator here for Vic Hansen. More good connections. Vic, so good for years and years and years with young horses at Canterbury. 6 horse taking some money after opening up at a big price, now 9-2. Here's my pick in the race. I really like this horse a lot. This is Silver Dakota Moon. If you know me, you know I'm a sucker for a grade. I went through this on the power play replay. Lots of trouble last time. Second off the break for Mallory Norton. I think Stormy Smith could have a big night tonight. I've got him on a couple of these cues. It could be Stormin' and Shakopee. I'll try this 7 horse here at 5-2. 9 is Dennis the Menace. This is another Olmsted horse that last time out came charging. Kind of looked like he was spinning the wheels, and then all of a sudden, boom, hit the superfecta in the late stages. So maybe a late threat again at 9-2. Here's a bomber for you. The 10 is a gaudy 35-1 WGS Light Willie Girl Up. Nick Goodwin, one of the all-time greats with the cues. I don't see much on paper, but it's Nick Goodwin, so I've got to give this horse a little look in my superfecta box at a juicy 30-1. 12 is Sassy Frass T, Valenzuela for Vic. Another quarter horse jockey that's a thoroughbred jockey that shows the great athletic skill of the pilot. Last time out, didn't do a thing, got ease, but 2 back was very competitive against many of these. So we've got mixed signals on the outside. We've got a stakes race. Folks, we've got back-to-back stakes. And you can play a pick 3 with said quarter horse stakes races. This is the Northlands Juvenile for 15 large. The quarter horses, the babies, boys and girls at the gate in around 8. And then they're going to get it on.
Lynn Dykers, call to the post, brings them onto the track for the Northlands Juvenile. And here they are. Number 1 is You Can Kiss My Jazz, ridden by Ramiro Garcia, the owner Brenda Reiswig, and the trainer Jason Olmsted. Spencer Cordis owns number 2, Sir Walter Stoley. Kelsey Haar rides, Vic Hansen trains. Number 3 is Cowboys Are My Heroes, owned by Brenda Reiswig. Jason Olmstead is the trainer, and in the irons, Edwin Escobedo. Angel Ramirez rides number 5, This Candy is Grand. That one's owned by Tom Maher, the trainer, Tyler Stein. Number 6 is Dave and Deb Harsh's Jess Henry. Trained by Vic Hansen, Jess Henry is ridden by Doug Frank. Stormy Smith rides number 7, Silver Dakota Moon, for owner Randall Schwartz and trainer Mallory Norton. Jason Olmstead and owner Brenda Reiswig also have 9, Dennis the Menace, ridden by Armando Alvarez. Mark Wilson owns and trains the 10, WGS Light Willie Girl Up, the rider Nick Goodwin. And 12 is Sassy Frass T, owned by Shelley Berkner, trained by Vic Hansen. Luis Valenzuela rides. The Northlands Juvenile in 5 minutes. And they've reached the gate. It is now post time for the Northlands Juvenile, the first of back-to-back-to-back stakes races. Race number 8 is the $60,000 quarter horse derby. And the 9th race, our signature quarter horse race yearly, the Northlands Futurity for 98 and change. Dennis the Menace. Sassy Frass T, last in line. Here they come for the Northlands Juvenile. And they're racing. Cowboys Are My Heroes came out nicely. So did You Can Kiss My Jazz on the inside. Outside of that, Silver Dakota Moon is firing. And between them, This Candy is Grand. Silver Dakota Moon. And the moon has set on the cast in the Northlands Juvenile. Number 7, Silver Dakota Moon ran first. Photography for the rest, 17.95. Final time. The numbers 7, 539. The Northlands Juvenile is official. Pick 3 paid $177 from race 5. That exacta paid $44.80, favorite on top. Trifecta paid $55.60. It was chalk all odds. The 10-cent superfecta $42.81. Race number 8 is 20 minutes from now. It's the $60,000 Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. Double wagering into the 9th, the Northlands Futurity, about 20 minutes from now. Canterbury Park would like to welcome to the winner's circle Amber Carlisle. That is our racing operations manager. And Amber is presenting the trophy to the winning connections of the Northlands Juvenile. And here comes Silver Dakota Moon and Stormy Smith. The winning owner, Randall Schwartz, and the winning trainer, Mallory Norton. Racing at Canterbury provided in part by Atomic Data, the preferred IT solutions provider for Canterbury Park. And we also thank JTR Roofing, Think Minnesota Realty, and Turtles Bar and Grill. Race number 8, sponsored in part by Continental Diamond and ContinentalDiamond.com. And they're racing. Cowboys Are My Heroes came out nicely. So did You Can Kiss My Jazz on the inside. Outside of that, Silver Dakota Moon is firing. And between them, This Candy is Grand. Silver Dakota Moon. And the moon has set on the cast in the Northlands Juvenile. Hey, welcome to the Dark Star Press Box. I'm your announcer, Paul Allen. Here it is, the $60,000 Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. This is the 36th running, and this is quite the cool race. Number 3, a lot of Ooh La La won the Northlands Futurity last year. That one's 3.5 to 1, right next to Beep Beep Rev Rev, who's the prohibitive favorite. And as we go down to the paddock and handicap it with Angela and Kevin, we have a heavy favorite here, but these quarter horse races, one little thing out of the gate not going the right way, that could trigger an upset. What do you guys think?
Yeah, this is a big field. Both these stakes races on deck are going to be, I think, full of intrigue, Angela. Fun races to handicap. And listen, we're both going to acknowledge if Beep Beep Rev Rev wins this race, the 2, neither one of us will be surprised. We both just felt like this was a good spot to try to take a shot against what's going to be likely a pretty heavy favorite.
Right, and she has such a good record at Canterbury. She has so many things to like about her. You knew the price was going to be short on Beep Beep Rev Rev, not only because of that last race that she put in at Prairie Meadows, but the record that she's put together at Canterbury specifically. But like you said, 400 might be the time to take a shot against this filly who's very quick out of the gate, who's very versatile as far as distance goes. But 400 might be stretching the rubber band a little bit. That's why we both took a shot against her. Still not going to be easy for a filly who can carry her class an awful long way.
And I thought it was a fun race to try to hit the trifecta or superfecta, because when you get a crowded field like this, you're going to get some horses that get overlooked. And right now, again, the money is just starting to pour in. But outside of the horses that we like, and you like the 6, I like the 3, we'll get into that momentarily. But horses like the 4 might get lost in the shuffle at a big price. I thought the 10 horse with Ramirez might be a nice trifecta or superfecta horse. So if this is a race where you can find your way to the tri or super, even if one of the favorites wins, you're going to get paid.
Correct, and just by virtue of the field size of these last 2 races, they're very good vertical opportunities, especially with the quarter horses. We don't always see this big of fields, and I mean, with the 7th, 8th, and 9th, you've got the same sort of thing lined up. I still thought that this was the best place to find a price, so right now my top choice is 21 to 1. Yours just took a hit. She was about 11 or 12 to 1 a minute ago, and now Alado La La is 4 to 1. She looks to put her 4th win together at Canterbury out of 5 tries. The only other time she ran second, 400 yards is not a new thing for her. There's a lot to like, and now Stormy Smith and Mallory Norton try to get another one with a lot of ooh la la.
Yeah, I really like the way their horse ran in race 7. Stormy Smith, always one of my favorite quarter horse jockeys here at Canterbury. And to your point, a lot of Ooh La La has run this distance and run well. And that race in Fargo, to me, is just a prep race for the real money. And this is $60,000. So this is a race they've been trying to point to. And if you go back to last year and look at the race against Beep Beep Rev Rev, again, just over a year ago, late June.
If she can keep a clear path, I think until at least the last 100 yards or so, that's when you win. If she can keep a clear path, I think until at least the last 100 yards or so, that's when you really see the engine is stoked and she can fly in the later parts of races. And I thought the price would be right. I mean, she's 22 to 1. She is going to make a reach. She needs to win her 2nd race, but she's not alone in that respect in this field. So if she is ready to roll, she hasn't been out since April, but I mean, she looks like the sort of horse that would fit this very well and do so at a price. And they're going to take the blinkers off her. Maybe she doesn't need them anymore. I liked all of it.
Let's take a look at the 9 horse. Just was on camera. Now they're going to move to the 10. But let's talk about the 9 Surprise Party. Here's a horse that was 5 to 1 on the morning line. And this is the point I go back to. When I look for a good betting race, I like races like this where there are just too many options and horses get overlooked. This horse is near triple the morning line, has index numbers that match up with the field. The question mark for me, Ange, was the distance at 400 yards. But this 9 horse absolutely fits and certainly could be a part of the superfecta.
Yeah, I thought so too, and I ended up putting him in 4th. Both of the surprises definitely worth a look in here, and they're towards the outside of the gate. So if that's what you're trying to stick with, a horse that's towards the outside, I don't blame you. They're 2 very viable options at prices. But since this is a vertical sort of race, since we're trying to put together trifectas, superfectas, I think it's worth noting that the 4 you mentioned before, Relentless Okie, Paul's selection in this race, has done well at Canterbury. But this is another one that's going to be testing 400 yards. Relentless Okie has run really well at shorter races, just narrowly missed at 352 back, but seems to be getting a lot of seconds and thirds and could be a very usable horse in a lot of those vertical plays because he's 7 to 1.
Yeah, 3-1 morning line. I don't understand this at all because it's Olmsted. It's a horse that loves Canterbury. It's a horse that can pop out of the gate. And it's a horse last time that tried showing a little versatility. You know, this is a horse that had been popping out near the front. Then last time out was well off the pace and kicked it in late. So maybe the 400 yards is within the scope. I'll say this, the 4 makes quite an impression physically here in the paddock. It's a very warm night, not a drop of sweat, arched neck, great muscle tone on this racehorse, and it's Jason Olmsted at a price, so you can't go wrong there. Another interesting horse for the exotic wagers. Here's the favorite, and let's be honest, she looks really good.
Yeah, she looks very energetic, very much bouncing around on her toes. Getting a little warm, but like you mentioned, it is a warm night, and Beep Beep Rev Rev certainly on her toes, and none the worse for wear traveling back and forth from here to Iowa. I wanted to ask you about the inside horse too, because my VGW hero is one that I did have on my ticket, one who's been oncoming and doesn't necessarily break very quick, but has handled all the added distance that he's been given with a very good plum and has 2 seconds at Canterbury. You get him on the inside at 25-1. Is this one that you're willing to throw in?
I don't like the post, but I love the way the horse looks. And I watched this horse when they came out of the saddling enclosure, and everybody knows I've talked about it a lot. I love gray horses. This horse really made an impression on me right off the hop. I just don't like the post. And you know, even for Beep Beep Rev Rev, maybe this horse can kind of follow the favorite out of the gate and kind of suck in there and be right in the mix as they get close to the wire. But I think it's a very difficult post to win from. And I look at the running lines, I don't see a lot of opportunities where this horse has been stuck inside. And so it's a big order. It's a tall order. I wouldn't throw the horse out, but it's not one of the horses I'm keen in on. I am going to key the 2 and the 3 on top in my tries and supers, and then I'm going to get crazy. I'm going to use your 6, I'm going to use the 4, and I'm going to use the 9. Those are going to be the 3 major players in the middle, and I'm going to use the all button in third because I think anything can happen in a race like this. Final thoughts as they leave for the $60,000 Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby.
Man, it is a nice loaded group, and I don't have any misbehavior notes to note. Everybody's acting like a pro. You can tell that they're 3-year-old stakes quarter horses. They've seen this before, they've done this before, and they are looking good on their way out to the track.
And here they come for the 36th running of the Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. Number 1 is My VGW Hero, owned by Brenda Reiswig. Jason Olmsted trains. Jorge Torres in the irons. Edwin Escobedo rides number 2, Beep Beep Rev Rev, for Paul Ludeman's Summer Run Inc. Jason Olmsted is the trainer. Number 3 won last year's Northlands Futurity. This is a Lotta Ooh La La, owned by Double G Racing and trained by Mallory Norton. Stormy Smith looks to go back-to-back in the stakes races. Armando Alvidrez rides number 4, Relentless Okie, for Tom Maher and trainer Jason Olmsted. Number 5 is Brenda Reiswig's Shakala, Jason Olmstead is the trainer. Alexis Ramirez in the irons. Gonzalo Gutierrez rides number 6, Elegant Dynastia. This one is owned by Blind Hog Racing Partners. The trainer, Ed Ross Hardy. And Jason Olmstead trains number 7, Party Like a Hero. The owner, Brenda Reiswig. In the irons, Luis Valenzuela. Number 8 is My Candy's Relentless, owned by Tom Maher and trained by Jason Olmstead. The jockey, Eugenio Navarrete Jr. The 9 is Tom Maher and Paul Ludeman's Surprise Party. This one is ridden by Ramiro Garcia and trained by Jason Olmstead. Number 10 is XL Partners 22's Surprise, Surprise. The trainer, Ed Ross Hardy. The jockey, Angel Ramirez. And number 11 is Davila, owned by Tom Maher and trained by Jason Olmstead. Andrew Samaniego is the rider. That's the lineup for the $60,000 Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. Good luck to all of the connections. The race takes off in about 3. It's post time for the 36th running of the Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. This one was won in 1986 for the first time at Canterbury Downs by Throb. The next year, the Great Cash Caravan took this race down with Ed Cervantes riding for Jimmy Winkle. Canterbury Park opened in 1995. Dashing Experience for Mr. Maher won that one with Jimmy Brooks. Last year, Jess for Speed won it with Gonzalo Gutierrez, who looks to go back-to-back in the Derby. They're in the gate. And they're racing in the Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. That was a spectacular start. My VGW hero is firing. Beep, beep, revs out there on the lead. Relentless Okie right behind that one with a lot of ooh la la. Outside of that, Surprise Party driving down to the wire. Beep, beep, rev is the Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby champion. Number 2, Beep Beep Rev is the Derby champion. 20.18, the final time. 2-4, and a photo for the rest. Two, 4, 3, 8. 2, 4, 3, 8. And the Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby is official. The connection score in this race for the first time Into the winner's enclosure, Beep Beep Rev Rev and Edwin Escobedo. The winning owners, Paul Ludeman and Summer Run Inc. And the winning trainer and Canterbury Park HOF, Jason Olmstead. Beep Beep Rev Rev is a 3-year-old brown filly by a Revenant out of Edibeta-Zoom. The victorious filly was bred in Minnesota by the winning owners, Summer Run Inc. Now, 20 minutes from now, the $98,000 Northlands Futurity, no scratches. The victorious rider, Edwin Escobedo, is in the winner's circle with Angela.
Yes, I have Edwin Escobedo, rides a lot of winners here at Canterbury, but Beep Beep Rev Rev is one of the most consistent ones. This is her second try at 400 yards. What's she like at 400? I mean, she ran so well today.
Oh, she's just loyal. Every time she goes onto the track, she's always going to give you her best every time, no matter what. But she's really fun to ride.
And Beep Beep Rev Rev didn't get out of the gate so hot that first time. Today looked like everything got put together. And I mean, this filly really can do just about anything, but was the break a lot better today for you?
Yeah, she broke a lot better today, but she kind of wanted to go out, but I tried to keep her in line, but after that she went on, finished the race.
Well, you know we're better than just about anybody, and you guys get another victory here at Canterbury. Congratulations on your win in the Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby.
Thank you.
Beep Beep Rev Rev gets her 4th win in 6 starts in the Derby.
And they're racing in the Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. That was a spectacular start. My VGW hero is firing. Beep Beep Rev Rev's out there on the lead. Relentless Okie right behind that one with a lot of ooh la la. Outside of that surprise party, driving down to the wire. Beep Beep Rev Rev is the Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby champion. Hey, here's the big daddy for the card. It is the $98,000 Northlands Futurity. This is the 36th running, and this is the biggest quarter horse race of the 2023 season. And back to the Derby for a second. It's interesting to note that Hall of Famers like Tom Maher and Jason, Hall of Famer Jason Olmstead, along with rider Edwin Escobedo and Summer Run Inc. had never won that race before through the first 35 runnings. So congratulations to them, and we'll see what everybody can do here, because Relentless Bay is heavily favored as Maher, Olmstead, and Escobedo try to take down the big prize. Now, KG and Angela, what I think is interesting with this is Relentless Bay on paper absolutely looks to be the one to beat, but when you get that 10 post for the first time and there's nobody outside of you, that can be a little tricky. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that's the one question mark I had, because you're way out there. It's night racing. There's a crowd here tonight. So, yeah, that might be an angle. Inside post to me is far more difficult than the outside post because of that rail. But, the only time we've seen this horse outside, Ange, was 3 starts back, 6 out of 6. And that's right in the middle of the track. So this is a little different scenario here. But Relentless Bay has just been so very consistent. You look at these races, winning 3 of the last 4. The loss that's in the middle was a troubled start. I really think this horse is going to be a handful. But again, like last race, it feels like underneath, if you like this horse, which I do, there are prices available. I think the horse right next door, Some Special Gumbo, could be super intriguing. And that horse is double digits right now.
Oh, yeah. She was one that I liked in her trial run on August 2nd. She was only a length beaten that day. But Some Special Gumbo, I didn't really think had anything in her way. I mean, Some Special Gumbo was just very slightly third best that day. But maybe with a different draw, and maybe with this filly having that experience now over the track, she can improve. And she can improve at a good number. That number, again, being 11-1 at the moment, as opposed to the horses around her being 6-5 and 7-2. Now, I know that you did take Relentless Bay on the outside. And, I mean, he's 3 for 5. You totally get why you would like Relentless Bay. But if you're going to team this horse up, well, we'll start with exactas for how they look on the board right now. I don't see anything that lucrative immediately to his inside, but if you get further inside to the gate, say 1 through 5, give me a horse that you would put underneath this horse to perhaps make a lucrative exacta.
Well, the horse I'm looking at's the 2, Relentless Robin. I'm intrigued by this runner because this horse has been bet every single time she's run, and she's not getting bet tonight. She's 24-1. She's had trouble in her last 2 starts. She's trained by Jason Olmstead, and the pilot we've seen here before, Navarrete, is a solid quarter horse pilot all over the country. So if I'm looking for a stranger, a goofball to slide into the mix at a big number, color me light blue as a robin's egg. I'm going to go with Relentless Robin. How about you?
Well, that's fair. I like Avery's Treasure a bit. I took Avery's Treasure underneath, but I think that if the track is going to play towards the inside, and it seems pretty fair at the moment, Avery's Treasure has put 2 really good races back-to-back. Granted, one was against Minnesota-bred maidens, but the other was against this trial company, and she was just a neck back of Relentless Mini. Now, Avery's Treasure probably doesn't need to take too big a step forward to be involved again. He might need to take a step forward to win, but you still get 25-1 on this horse, and Avery's Treasure seems to have improved so much. That's a key with these 2-year-olds. They keep improving throughout their 2-year-old year. Who knows? Maybe this night will be his night.
He looks fantastic. This 4 really warming up beautifully so far, from the saddling enclosure out here to this crowded walking ring. The other horse that just caught my eye, I'm going to come back to a horse we've already talked about. I love the energy and the muscle on this 9, the Gumbo horse. Really like the way that horse goes. And oh, by the way, double handler on your 8. Hello. Hello, double handler.
I know. I do like Relentlessly Fast. You might have seen a video of him.
He is feisty.
Yeah, quite rambunctious.
Feisty
Is
dude.
Relentlessly Fast. Just ready to get down to the business, I suppose he is. You might have seen a video of him on X with Jeff Madey. This one is looking to build his win streak to 3, and that win in the trial was pretty dominant. I mean, it didn't look like anybody was really threatening him at the end, and he's one of those horses that seems to get better as the distances have grown longer. Relentlessly Fast is now 2 for 3 at 350, drew in a good part of the gate, should be able to stay eye to eye with the favorite, and if he can just harness that energy a little bit, I think that 7-2 is about as good as you're going to get. Maybe we'll get a click up, but this horse is definitely one of those late developers, not necessarily right out of the box 2-year-olds, but has really come on this summer.
The other intriguing horse is on the screen right now. This is a maiden taking on winners. And I think this horse has a legitimate shot in this field. It's Olmsted, it's Torres, and this horse has been right there against the favorite, Relentless Bay. Last time, beaten only half a length. So keep an eye on this 7. They're betting this horse, and this is a horse that's a maiden in a $98,000 stakes race. I love races like this. Yes, the favorite is the most likely winner in my eyes. Yes, the favorite's even money. I don't look at this race as any kind of a stone cold cinch, though. I think there's some fun horses to use, Angela.
I think that there is too. And I mean, talking about the 7, because we both have Relentless Corona in our mix. She's one who usually gets out of the gate, keeps herself in a good spot, and just has come up with a couple of seconds her last 2. The problem is that she's lost to Relentless Bay, Relentlessly Fast, and Relentless Robin in the process of getting those close finishes. Relentless Corona might find tonight the night that she wants to turn the tables on them, but I just didn't see that much changing between all of these from the trials to now, where she could get past them at a price that would be worth it. Right now, that price is only 4-1.
Fans, this is the $98,000 Northlands Futurity. Quarter horses dashing 350 yards. The big money, all the chips on the table. Who do you like? This is a very interesting betting race. Get your bets in now. We'll be down in the winner's circle to take you through all the festivities from the starting gate to the wire with a post-race interview. We're back tomorrow for our final Thursday of the summer, 5 o'clock post, Saturday 5, Sunday Pepsi Family Day, 1 o'clock with the pony rides, the petting zoo, and all the wonders of it all. It's CanterburyPark.com for all the details, but right now it's nearly a $100,000 stakes race. Get your bets in. They'll be at the gate inside 10 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Canterbury Park is proud to present the 2023 Northlands Futurity for $98K, and here they are. Number 1 is Relentless Mini, ridden by Stormy Smith for trainer Jason Olmsted and Paul Ludeman's Summer Run, Inc. Tom Maher owns number 2, Relentless Robin, also trained by Olmsted. Eugenio Navarrete Jr. in the irons. Fernando Fonseca Soto rides number 3, GG Heart on Fire. The owners, Double G Racing. Bruce Lunderborg owns 4, Avery's Treasure. This one is trained by Jason Olmsted. In the irons, Ramiro Garcia. Luis Valenzuela is aboard number 5, Runnin' Man for Spencer Cordes and trainer Dick Hansen. Number 6, I Got This for Brighton DeWald and trainer Mallory Norton, Gonzalo Gutierrez, the rider. Jorge Torres handles number 7, Relentless Corona for Tom Maher and Paul Ludeman, the trainer, Jason Olmsted. Tyler Stein trains number 8, Relentlessly Fast. Tom Maher also owns this one, the jockey, Angel Ramirez. Armando Alvarez is aboard number 9, Some Special Gumbo. Gene and Faye Reeves own this one for trainer Jason Olmsted. And Jason has the favorite, Relentless Bay, for owner Tom Maher and jockey Edwin Escobedo. Those 10 go to the gate for the $98,000 Northlands Futurity, and they blast about 3 minutes from now.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman here at the finish line. This is where all the money gets decided, Angela. It's going to happen quick. So many details to quarter horse racing. We just got to watch them in the paddock. We took a peek at the Jumbotron as they warmed up. What are you seeing so far?
So far, I'm seeing the horses towards the outside. I know that we saw a very spirited choice of mine in Relentlessly Fast, but I haven't seen him much on track. I'm hoping he's settled down. Relentless Bay looked every part of the favorite and looks like a class act on the outside.
Yeah, real calm was the 10 horse. I go back to the Gumbo horse, the 9. I thought that horse made the best impression in the paddock. There's a great look at Relentless Bay. Such a consistent sort, has won 3 of the last 4 races. And I just think with a clean break, to Paul Allen's point, if she doesn't freak out to the outside there, beating that 10 post should be fine. We talked about the inside part of the track, and this track seems super fair right now, but the inside post itself has been tricky. Can any of the horses inside upset the apple cart and maybe be a part of the trifecta? Because it seems like the money is all flowing to the outside 3 or 4.
Well, I would think Avery's Treasure of any of them by the looks that we saw in the paddock. We didn't get much of a look at him out on the track, but I can see him over there now. He looks pretty good. Staying mellow, just trotting around. No too aggressive warm-up from Avery's Treasure. But there is a carryover potential in the pick 5, isn't there?
There is. If the 3-ball wins, we have a carryover into tomorrow night. It's a long shot, but you never know. And Paul Allen, as these horses finish their final preparations, nearly $100,000 to play for. We just saw Escobedo and Olmsted dominate in the penultimate stakes race. Looks like they're going to be tough to beat here. You get the best view at the track. Have a great call, my friend.
It is now post time for the Northlands Futurity. This is the 36th running. Ms. Goldbug won this race in 1986. That was the first Northlands back in the Downs days. John Peterson, the winning rider. Last year, a lot of ooh la la. Won it with Stormy Smith. He looks to go back-to-back with Relentless Mini. That's the 1. Relentless Bay, the bookender, is 4-5 and favored. Here they come. And did it go in the Northlands Futurity. Rough start for that 9. On the inside, Relentless Mini popped out beautifully. And so did Relentlessly Fast. Between runners, Relentless Robin. It's a Relentless Northlands Futurity. Outside, Relentless Bay surging, but a minor upset takes place. Relentlessly Fast is the Northlands champion. Photo finish. 18.12, the final time. Result of the photo shows the Northland Futurity champion is 8, Relentlessly Fast. Adroitly selected by one of our analysts, Miss Angela Herman. Well done. 8-10-2-1. The Northland Futurity is official. Second pick 4, $238. The pick 5 paid $1,822. Well done. 1110 for the exacta. Trifecta, $81.65. Superfecta, $67.04. Now entering the winner's circle, the Northland's Futurity champions, Relentlessly Fast and Angel Ramirez. The winning owner, Tom Maher, and the winning trainer, Tyler Stein. The victorious Relentlessly Fast is a 2-year-old brown gelding by He's Relentless from the He's a Fast Dash mare, Logan's Fast Dasher, bred in Oklahoma by Stewart and Strebig. Amber Carlisle has returned to the winner's enclosure to make the trophy presentation to the winning connections of Relentlessly Fast, the 2023 Northland's Futurity champion. Let's go to the winner's circle, and here's KG.
Well, the young man next to me is the trainer of Relentlessly Fast. He is 22 years old, way ahead of his time with his skill set. Every trainer talks about having their horses ready when the lights are brightest. This is nearly a $100,000 race for Mr. Tom Maher. A lot of chips on the table. How'd you pull it off?
Just staying with him, you know, make sure we've got everything good to go, 100% ready to go. You know, a lot of work, a lot of leg work, late nights, a lot of driving back between here and Iowa. And I mean, just making sure he's ready to go.
You got your first ever stakes win here a couple starts back with this racehorse, and he's continued to stay sharp for you, now 3 in a row. Young horse like this, what has been the trick behind the scenes in the barn to get this horse to figure it all out? Because, man, he looked professional tonight.
I think the main thing, just at Remington, he kept wanting to take a step back right when they kicked the gates. And just, you know, a little bit more experience on him, got running on his mind a little better. And I mean, he had the talent. It was just figuring out how to run.
And you look around here, you're training for a guy like Mr. Tom Maher. You're training against guys like Ed Ross Hardy and Jason Olmstead, 2 of the best in the history of this racetrack. For a kid that's 22 years old, what's this whole experience been like for you?
I mean, it's great. We've got Tom, one of the all-time leading owners. Jason, he's a world champion trainer. I don't get to beat him much. So when I do, it feels good.
Congratulations. Awesome job, young man.
Thank you.
Big stakes race, big money, and a 22-year-old kid gets the job done. Tyler Stein, relentlessly fast, indeed.
And did it go in the Northlands Futurity. Rough start for that 9. On the inside, Relentless Mini popped out beautifully. And so did Relentlessly Fast. Between runners, Relentless Robin. It's a Relentless Northlands Futurity. Outside, Relentless Bay surging, but a minor upset takes place. Relentlessly Fast is the Northlands champion.